You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310. The CFRN Emini Futures Cast is now on Stitcher. Listen to us on your iPhone, Android phones, BlackBerry, and WebOS phones. Stitcher is smart radio for your phone. Find it in your app store or at Stitcher.com. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Yeah! Bert? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go!
You're listening to CFRN, Financial Radio Network.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Audible. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/CFRN. Over 85,000 titles. Choose from mystery, romance, religion, science, technology, business, New York Times bestsellers, even children's books. You name it, Audible has it. With 85,000 titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey, trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If, on the other hand, you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN Emini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things Emini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Bork. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Here's Dwayne.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back. Today is Wednesday, Hump Day, 31st day of August 2016. Another year has just blown by. Can you believe it? Man. Now, depending upon your time zone, you're maybe not over the hump yet. Here on the West Coast, we've still got a couple hours to go, about 3. For those of you on the East Coast, ooh, you're on that downward slide into the weekend, and I'm sure you got big plans because this is a 3-day weekend, and if you know anything about the markets, a 3-day weekend usually turns into a 5-day holiday. Okay, let me break it down for you. Okay, Thursday, people are thinking about how they're going to leave early on Friday, and then they leave early on Friday. So there's 2 days out the window. Then Saturday, then Sunday, then Monday. And then they show back up to work on Tuesday, a 6-day holiday, because You just come back from your Labor Day vacation, summer's over, you probably sunburned because you went to the beach or something, maybe a little hungover because you maybe partied a little bit too hard. I like that Kid Rock song, encourages you to do, where you stand in the back of a pickup truck and drink whiskey out of a bottle. So we don't do that because we're the Christian Financial Radio Network. We're gentlemen. We sip scotch in libraries and drawing rooms and things of that nature. No, I'm just teasing. We don't have any alcohol or tobacco commercials on this radio show. How about that? Now, to those of you that are tuning into this foolishness for the very first time, welcome. If I had digital red carpet, I'd be rolling it out, but I don't. So all I can say is I'm sure glad you're here. To those of you that have come back yet again, well, God bless you. Because you know what you're going to get, and here you are again. So that's awesome. I'm so glad to have you. Now, if you're one of the new kids on the block, you might not know how to see the charts. So here's the deal. Go to the homepage at CFRN.net. That's probably where you are listening to the audio stream. On the right-hand side, either right above or right below where you clicked Listen Live Now, because we stream 24/7, click the big microphone and then go to the page where it says Watch Live Now. Click that. Invest 30 seconds in filling out the registration form, and you'll be able to see the charts and participate in the conversation all the way through the end of August. That's today. So, to our newcomers and our old hands, let me say this. When the radio show ends today, I'm going to go to that page that I just directed you to. I'm going to create a new link for the month of September. So later today, go there, everybody, and click Watch Live Now. Go ahead, fill out the registration form for the month of September. And then for the entire month of September, you'll be able to join the show every day with one-click access. You don't have to fill out that registration form every day. You'll get an email 1 hour before the show starts. Now, don't unsubscribe to that email. You know, when it comes in on Friday morning, don't go, oh, I don't need this spam, when you unsubscribe, and then you don't get the notice every day, and you don't get to join the show with one-click access. So, I'm just saying, because sometimes people complain to me, I didn't get my notice. Well, that's because you unsubscribed. Oh, I didn't realize that's what that was. Yeah, it'll say the radio show starts in an hour. And so as soon as you're ready to join the show, you click the little link inside the email. Then you can delete the email so that your inbox isn't all cluttered up. It's okay to delete the email. That won't hurt anything. Just don't unsubscribe. Okay? And then you'll be good to go all the way through the month of September. Let's take a look at the numbers as we do at the start of each and every show. As soon as I'm done, we'll take a look at one headline, and then we'll go to Michael, who'll give us a complete recap of everything that happened in the live trading room today. And let me just say this, he was on fire. Smoking hot. You understand what I mean, right? Okay.
Yeah. They get it.
No, they don't quite get it yet. But I'm going to make sure they do.
All right. Good.
Some of them are just coming back from their smoke break. That's the problem. Guys, get in here. Okay, I said Michael was smoking hot in the live trading room this morning. All right, that's more like it. All right, let's look at the numbers. These are cash numbers. I know this is a show about all things E-mini, but we like to confuse you by giving you the cash numbers up front. The Dow is down 94 points. That's a little over 0.5%. NASDAQ down 23 points. S&P 500 down 11. Russell 2000 down 10.5. So wall to wall, U.S. markets are red, red, and more red. As we turn to our commodity basket, it's a basket that could be carried by Little Red Riding Hood because it's all red too. Oil is down $1.40. That's over 3%. And we're approaching our lowest weekly trading zone for crude. Gold is down $5, which is no big deal really, but we've had a couple of, see, these small down days. I mean, you know, it's like the frog in the pot. If you put the frog in the pot of water and you slowly turn up the heat, guess what? Pretty soon you're eating frog legs. However, if you put a frog in a pot of hot water, he immediately jumps out. See? And I don't want to see that happen with gold. I don't want them to just, I don't want to see it inch down, you know, $3 a day, $5 a day. And then pretty soon we're fiddling with 1,300 because my friend who's been accumulating silver, he is very comfortable as long as gold stays above 1,300. He still sleeps well above 1,200. It's below 1,200 that he realizes he has to double down. And you'll never hear me use those words in regards to a futures contract. But when it comes to physical metal, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. All right, let's go to the Asian markets where the Nikkei is up 162 points. That's 2 big days back to back for the Nikkei, up almost 1%. Shanghai is up 10 points, and the Hang Seng is down 39 points. European markets, they got the American contagion because they're red from wall to wall as well. The DAX is down 65 points, which is a little over 0.5%. The FTSE is down 39 points, which is a little over 0.5%. And the CAC is down 19, which is not quite 0.5%. So Europe's red. Asia is mixed. There's, in fact, the only green we have on the screen comes out of Asia. Everything else is just red, red, and more red. Now, my heart leapt as I read this article today. Hillary Clinton's negative ratings hit a new high in an ABC News Washington Post poll released this morning, and it looks like she might be in trouble even among her core supporters. For the first time in a year, most women surveyed in the ABC News/Washington Post poll said they view the Democratic presidential nominee unfavorably. Now, last month, 54% of women said they viewed Clinton favorably. But in the new poll, that figure dropped to 45%. And it's not just women that are changing their mind. 60% of highly educated voters, those with postgraduate degrees, people who should be smart enough to know better, said earlier this month that they viewed Clinton favorably. That figure has now plummeted from 60% to 47%. Her support among moderates also dropped, which perhaps isn't shocking, but she also saw a significant decrease in support from liberals. That is shocking. Her favorability rating among that voter base fell from 76% to 63%, which the poll attributes to a drop among Hispanics. Clinton's opponent, Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump, also has high unfavorability ratings. I mean, do you realize we're about to elect the most hated president in the history of America, no matter who wins? 63% of those surveyed said they viewed Trump negatively. Nobody likes Clinton. Nobody likes Trump. And we're going to make one of them president. My goodness. Clinton, in fact, it has been said that the Statue of Liberty that has stood proudly for so long in the harbor there outside New York City, her shoulders are starting to sag, slump a little bit. And she's not holding that torch quite as high as she once did. So if you're headed out that way over Labor Day weekend, steer clear of the statue because she just might fall over. Now, Clinton and Trump are now the most unpopular presidential candidates in more than 30 years of polling, according to this poll. Overall, 56% of those in the poll said they viewed Clinton unfavorably, an increase of 6 percentage points in just 3 weeks. And among registered voters, Clinton's negative rating rose to 59%. The spike in Clinton's negative ratings comes as she battles the perception that she gave special access to Clinton Foundation donors during her time as Secretary of State. This woman should be going to a 4x8 cell, not the Oval Office. She is not a crooked politician. She's just a crook, period. And if we don't go to the polls and do something about this, if this country falls into the hands of Hillary, oh my gosh, if you think Barack Obama did damage in 8 years, you ain't seen nothing yet. Now, another thing that's haunting her is a comment she made a number of years ago in support. She was out speaking, supporting Bill as he ran for governor or president or whatever. And she was talking about young black men. I think in particularly young black teenagers. And she called them, listen up, super predators. Now, of course, she has recently said, I'm sorry I said that. I wish I hadn't said that. And I assure you, I'll never say that again. What I didn't hear her say was, I misspoke. I don't believe that they are super predators. See, we could not only be putting a crook in the Oval Office, but a racist in the Oval Office. I don't think Donald Trump is a racist by any stretch of the imagination. Now, I know some people are a little upset over his immigration policies, but hey guys, this open door stuff is killing us. And I mean literally, look at Santa Barbara, okay? If somebody had just vetted that woman, there's a good chance that that man would have never done what he did along with her when they mowed all those people down, okay? Something has to be done. And if we don't do it sooner than later, I pray we live to regret it, but we might not. All right, that covers that. I got more, but I'll save it until Michael is done with the recap of everything that happened today in the live trading room. So Michael, as the S&P plummets along with Hillary's ratings, I turn the screen and microphone over to you, sir.
All right.
Folks, these are last week's weekly trading zones that you're looking at on the screen. Just want to make sure that you are aware of that. And tomorrow, Thursday, I will be revealing to the world at large this week's weekly trading zones. We give those to the partners every Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. Eastern. We don't sell them because a lot of people say, hey, can I just buy the weekly zones? we give them, Michael and I, as a gift to our partners every Monday morning at 6:15 a.m. to show them that we appreciate their loyalty and the fact that they chose CFRN to come and get their training to learn how to trade. So always remember, it can't be bought, but it can be earned. Michael, take it away.
All right, here we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Wednesday, the 31st day of August, 2016. Today in the live trading room, Today in the live trading room, we made 24 ticks in soybeans. We made 1 tick in the euro and 13 ticks in crude oil. Hang on a second, my nose is... Okay, we made 24 ticks in soybeans, 1 tick in the euro, and 13 ticks in crude oil. Today it took us 12 minutes in one trade to get to our goal for the day. When we closed out that trade, we were up $200 a contract. $200 per contract. Today we took a total of 10 trades in the live trading room. So on the month now, and this is how we're going to end the month of August, we're up $5,710. That's over 23 trading days, averaging $248 per day. $248 per day. All right. If you were to apply an $8 commission to every trade we've taken, you would have a net profit. Hang on, there was one more trade yesterday. That should be a 9. You would have a net profit of $3,830. And if you were to apply a $5 commission to every trade we've taken, you'd have a net profit of $4,535. Okay. On the year now, we're at $40,845. That is over 164 trading days, averaging $249 a day. So $249 a day on the year and $248 on the month. So we're pretty close this month to averaging out, just as we have been on the year. If you scroll down here, our monthly average is now 5,105. This month, we had 23 trading days. We haven't had 23 trading days in a month since last year. And that's okay. Helps for the totals. All right. If you have not taken a free trial with us, go to the home page here at CFRN.net. And in the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, just go right in there and register for that free trial. Okay, register for the free trial, and you'll be sent a confirmation email. Okay, put in your name, put in your email, click register for a free trial, you'll be sent a confirmation email. You must click the confirmation email. All right, once you do that, we'll know you took the free trial, and we'll get you all straightened out. Okay, we'll get you all the stuff you need to get into the live trading room. Now, I did not take any YM trades today, so I'm going to skip the YM and I'm going to go right into gold here. Wow. See, the pre-market in gold had some nice movement. We had some high-impact news events out in the pre-market today. Though today, we only took this one trade here on gold. We missed this one, we took this one, and then it was just a choppy miss. And we stayed out of it. Okay, we had a break-even trade right there on gold. Right now, if I were trading with gold right now, this is what I would be looking at. Right, I'd be looking for a close above this trend line. Okay. On the ES, here we go. On the ES, I had outlined 2 trades today. This one right here and this one right here. Both short trades. Okay, both of them short trades. Crude oil. Let's see, on crude, we started out, we had crude inventories come out today. That's why you see all this. For the crude inventories, we had said buy 46.13 or sell 45.73. Clearly selling 45.73 would have been the one to do because it's dropped all the way down to a low of 44.83 for a 90-tick gain. But our first trade on crude this morning was right here, and we stopped out -8 ticks. Okay, then right in here, we took 6 ticks profit, putting us at -2. Then we waited through the crude inventories, and right in here we got 10 ticks profit, putting us at +8. Missed all 3 of those, and then right here we got 5 more ticks profit, putting us at +13. Okay, and that is where we ended. Now, I'm going to get rid of these lines in here because we don't need them anymore. And they might just mess things up later. Resizing. Okay. Let's see. Since then, we really haven't had anything on crude. It's gone totally flat. Okay. Soybeans. This is where we made our money today. Our first trade on soybeans was right here. This was our first trade of the day. We jumped in right here and we took 16 ticks profit for a $200 gain. We missed the follow-up trade right there, but we got in again right here, taking another 8 ticks profit, putting us at plus 24. And we had 2 more break-even trades on the soybeans. Now, we had these nice big gains this morning, but it gave it all back. All of it. And let's see, during the break, we really didn't have anything. You might have gone long right here off the BBC, but I think that was dragged up into the BBC. I'm not sure. Not having watched it. If you did go long there off the BBC, you would have stopped out minus 8 ticks. On the euro, we just had the one trade for 1 tick right here. It did start to move a little bit, but it got jammed up right in here. Right toward the end of the live trading room, there was a trade here that I missed, and then during the break, well, it was a long trade here and a long trade here, and that was pretty much it. Okay, and that was it, guys. That was it. That was our whole morning this morning. Now let me get my spreadsheet back up here. Oops, well, we'll do this first. All right, if you have not taken a trial with CFRN, then just go here to the homepage at CFRN.net, and in the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click the confirmation link. Okay, if you don't click that link, you do not get the free trial. All right. Now, to get to the spreadsheet, you just need to go here to view live trading room results, click that, and then click right here. All right, that will bring up the spreadsheet that I'm going to show you right now. All right, well, if I click there, it'll bring up the spreadsheet. See, there is the spreadsheet. Now I'll go back, and we'll go to the spreadsheet. Okay, this is my spreadsheet for the month of August. Looks like we had a totally green month in August, which is nice. And tomorrow is a new day. We start out the month of September tomorrow. Can you believe that? September, October, November. I have 3 months left to my birthday. Actually, 2 months and 9 days. All right. So we made 24 ticks in soybeans, 1 tick in the euro, 13 ticks in crude oil, and that gave us a total on the day of $436.25. We took 12 minutes and 1 trade to get to our goal for the day today, and we took a total of 10 trades. On the month, we're at 5,710. That gives us 3,830 net with an $8 commission, 4,535 net with a $5 commission. Down here at the bottom for the yearly total, we are up $40,845. $40,845. Okay. Yeah. That's where we stand. That's over 164 trading days, averaging $249 a day. Okay. With that, guys, we are gonna shut off the recorder and head back out to fabulous Phoenix, Arizona, the largest park.
Overlooking America's largest city park.
Yes, overlooking America's largest city park. That's where we're going to head.
That's a true story. You
And
can Google that.
I believe you.
Okay.
And I'm going to push it to you, and you can take it when you're ready.
Push. Now, I just answered 3 emails, and I copied you on the response so that we don't have to duplicate our efforts.
I think I probably already got some of them.
Yeah, the last one was to Larry. Larry, if you're in the audience, I sent you the phone number to Citrix. Call them, and they'll run a tracer on your email address, and they'll find out why you didn't get your invitation this morning. Again, folks, it's really important that whether it's the live trading room or the radio show, when the reminder email comes in each day, if you accidentally bump the unsubscribe button, boom, they'll whack you and no more emails until you tell them that was a mistake, and then they'll send you a little thing and you'll click it and then you're good to go again. Okay? Okay. And then okay, Craig B is also experiencing a problem. Let me just check him out real quick, like. Then I'll take over and you can go do all the really important stuff you have to do.
Okay.
You might want to stick around for 1 second. I found him in the all I found him in was the 1-week alert trial.
Craig? He rolled. I sent you an email
Well,
last week.
I didn't get it.
He rolled over the weekend.
Well, but the point is everybody that is in that 1-week trial,
Mm-hmm.
I sent, let me just make sure.
No, I had sent them manually to him on Friday, I think.
Let me go to campaigns.
Because remember, he was one of the ones I refunded and then he paid back.
Yeah.
Because of that PayPal mix-up.
I get lost. Okay, so send me an email and tell me what category he should be in. If you can send him a copy of last night's, because I got to do this radio thing.
Yep, I got him right here. I'll send him off to him.
Okay, now the one thing that I thought you might want to hear, let me find it. Okay, everybody is starting to use one word to describe Wall Street, and that word is complacency. It's slow going in the markets right now. Now, you just saw that how in the live trading room, we had a great day, okay? We didn't have to go out and invent something new because the markets got slow. Just like when the markets pick up steam, we won't run out and create something new then. We've been using, we have a record of every trade for the last 3.5 years. You can download our spreadsheet right from our home page. We've changed nothing. We don't need to change anything. The reason being is our strategy and our indicators, no matter what market you place them on, no matter what time frame you use them on, they seek out the underlying rhythm of the market. We never buy the bottom, we never sell the top. All we're trying to do is take a bite out of the middle, okay? And sometimes that bite is bigger than other times because Michael trails his stop. When you first become a partner, we teach you to use a hard target because you're probably used to getting, less than stellar results every day. We want you to become accustomed to what it feels like to actually reach your daily goal day after day after day until you get to a point where you scratch your head and go, man, I can't remember the last time I didn't get my points for the day. See, that's where we want you to be. And that's probably when it's okay for you to take the hard target off and start trailing the way Michael does. So anyway, Wall Street's crying the blues. Oh, it's so slow. Can't nobody make no money. Well, we're doing just fine, okay? Not because we're better than anybody else or faster or taller. The better looking part, we don't talk about that. So all I'm saying is you don't have to be a rocket scientist to successfully trade the markets. You simply have to understand how the markets work, and you have to understand that it isn't about, going to the gym every day and lifting more and more weights so you can get bigger and tougher and stronger so you can finally beat the market. No, we're not trying to beat anything because the market's bigger than we are. taller than we are and has deeper pockets than we do. So we don't in any way want to fight with the market. The market is like our senior business partner. And every morning when we come in, we just say, hey, Mr. Market, what do you want to do today? And if he says, well, I think in soybeans, I'm gonna take it up a little bit. We say, can we go? And we hop in his coat pocket and up we go, get our points for the day, bang. And because Michael trails a stop, sometimes you get more than your points for the day. And that's exactly what happened today. Now, the market is divided into segments. You've got your beans, you've got your S&P 500, you've got your crude, your Dow, your Russell, your NASDAQ, etc., and so on. With each market, same indicators, same time frame, same strategy, and same question. Mr. Market, which way you want to go? If you want to go up, we support you 100%. If you want to go down, we're ready for the ride. That's it. That's what we do. But Wall Street says it's slow going. From stocks to bonds to currencies, nothing much is happening. Now, I agree. From a big picture vantage point, you would look at the markets and say, boy, there really is nothing much going on. But yet we're still able to consistently reach our goal on a daily basis. And there is also a growing sense on Wall Street that it might just be a little too slow and a little too quiet. Now remember, summer's almost over. My kids have been back in school almost a month. Maybe it has been a month. But in New York, where the heavy hitters are, the guys who spend summer in the Hamptons and that kind of thing, that old saying, sell in May, go away, blah, 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 those guys, they're coming back next week. Now, they may not be firing on all cylinders next week, but by the following week, you're going to see some action in these markets. I thought from what I read Sunday night into my work that we were going to see an incredible increase in volatility this week. I thought we were going to come a week ahead of Labor Day. But, I mean, we've had some movement. We've been able to get our points. Back to these thoughts on Wall Street, we've now seen a bunch of commentary using the same word to describe the current market mood, complacency. Rick Frisbee, who is the head of Franklin Templeton, says we are definitely positioning to become a little more defensive. We have a saying that when the CBOE volatility index is low, it's time to go. The VIX is often referred to as the fear index or fear gauge, and when it's at low levels, we think it could be a prudent time to move a little more out of risk assets. Currently, the VIX is trading at about 13, but the 20-year average is just above 20 or 21. So sitting at lower than average levels, it means many investors have become less concerned about the risk and maybe a bit too complacent. Now, I showed you this yesterday, and let me show you again today. And this will be in the show notes tonight. If you go to freecharts.com, and it loads. Normally it loads. Loaded yesterday. Oh, got to put an S in there. A lesson in syntax. All right, there we go. Just like I said it would be. Over here, CBOE News. I was just talking about the CBOE Volatility Index, the VIX Index. When you click CBOE News, now remember, this site is about to undergo a major facelift. This site's been up and running for 16 years. Now, down here, okay, I'm sorry, but that automatically starts playing, and it was killing me in my headphones, so I had to get it stopped. Okay, in the money, 08/31/16. Yesterday, as you'll recall, the conversation was about CBOE volatility. So there's a lot of great stuff, live news feeds that are recorded today. Okay, you can pick most recent, most popular, daily market news. I mean, a lot of good stuff here. CBOE TV. You don't want to miss it. It's on our new web property, freecharts.com. Everything fully functional. You want commodity quotes, you want stock quotes, you can drill down. You want to look at gold, bang. You want to look at a particular contract, bang. And then when that chart finally pops up, you click the chart. Now, if you don't like the way that chart looks, you just come down here, turn it on candlesticks. Maybe you want to see what the volume looks like. Maybe you want to see what's happened over the last 20 years, which you can't really do with that contract. So let's go 1 month. How about that? And then, if you want to compare it to something, compare it to the S&P 500. Update chart. And look what you get back. Here's your open interest. And we're going to uncompare it. I'm not sure how you do that. Maybe you do it like that. Update chart. Okay, so we are looking at whatever chart it was that I selected. This is Tuesday. This is gold. I'm looking for where it tells us which I just randomly, it's current month, GCZ 16. Okay, and that's where we're trading. $11 above my comfort zone, basically. Here's volume, here's open interest. There's so much information here. You're going to love this. Again, we're getting a complete facelift done. It's going to be beauteous, and you kids are going to love this. Okay, now, Joe Amato over at Neuberger Berman says, given that a lot could happen this fall to reveal how complacent and vulnerable markets have become from an inflation or rate shock to another twist in the U.S. elections, I don't know what he's referring to there, or a geopolitical tire blowout, investors should make sure their seatbelts are fastened. Citigroup says a preliminary conclusion suggests markets are in a 5 to 10% tail, defiantly suggesting complacency is running high. And those smart kids over at Merrill Lynch, who I can't pronounce not even one of their names, says, in our view, complacency combined with short vol exposure could set up the market for a highly volatile and correlated sell-off on the next shock. See, we don't know what that next shock is going to be. The recurring theme here is that there is likely to be a rocky patch ahead. As some of that complacency is wiped away, Frisbee said that the world is filled with dislocations and that decoupling is likely in different interest rate regimes and different currency regimes. He added, and in closing, after being fairly bullish overall in our multi-asset portfolios at Franklin Templeton, we have retrenched a bit and have taken more of a buckle-up attitude as we move into the fourth quarter, with U.S. elections, and other events happening worldwide. So you heard it here, guys. Things are about to get a little bit crazy, and it could be to the south side. So take whatever precautions are necessary for you and your portfolio. We don't give individualized stock trading advice like, oh, you should have some IBM, or we don't do that. We're not licensed to do that. So we're just two guys with a couple of computers. Well, to say that we have a couple of computers would be a little silly, but suffice it to say we have a computer and two microphones. And we have a great time every day. And it's because of you, the smartest audience in talk radio, Christian talk radio, Christian financial talk radio. So with that said, I'm going to give you the Concierge Trade Alert for the S&P 500 since I have that chart up. Then we're going to go to our good word for the day. We're going to be picking up on part 2. We started last Friday with how to resist temptation. Today will be part 2. We took a couple days off to talk about Ecclesiastes 1. Now, in the show notes last night, I gave you a commentary that will help you to better understand one of the most confusing books in the Bible. It was written in not a sarcastic tone, but, well, I'll tell you what. You read Ecclesiastes 1, and then you go read that commentary, and you'll come away with a whole lot more knowledge about Ecclesiastes than you had going in. All right? Life is not worthless. It's not meaningless. It's not pointless. But that's what the guy said. Well, yeah. But you got to dig down and figure out what he's really trying to tell you. And that is that all those things are true unless you're looking at it through the lens of eternity. And as believers, we have the benefit of that. See, not all the world sees the world through the lens of eternity. So I hope you'll enjoy reading that commentary. It's in last night's show notes. All right, for the S&P 500, Emini Futures, last night we offered up this advice to our subscribers, those who received the Concierge Trade Alerts and are not thwarted by some gremlin in their email. The alerts got out at 9 p.m. Eastern, right on the nose. If it were a perfect world, that's when they would go out every night at exactly 2100 hours. So we're going to put a vertical line at 2100 hours because that's when the alerts were sent to your inbox. Now, here's what we suggested. Be a buyer at 78, be a seller at 68. So you see, we don't really care if the market rallies or sells off. I mean, big picture, investments, 401ks, retirements, of course, we want to see the market go higher, which is why, oh my goodness, I thought I had that turned down. So if you're tied to, let's say, some kind of ETF that's correlated to the S&P 500, there'll be up days and down days, but over time, it's always going to move higher. Why? Because the S&P 500 is a best of breed index. The weak are culled from the herd and the strong are brought in based on a whole list of factors that you can find if you Google CFRN qualifications for the S&P 500. You'll find the article I wrote that lists all of the qualifications because there can only be 500, hence the name S&P 500. And in order for somebody new to come in, somebody's got to be shown the exit. Does this volume button not work? Maybe I better leave it in the other room. Oh, now I got it. Now I got that baby on mute. Okay. So, we wanted to be buyers at 78, and as you can see from my screen, 78 never happened. 68 happened. So we come down here, put ourselves a little straight line in. Now everyone who is on the trial, now the trial costs $1, and I'm going to give you the link to go take the trial here in just a moment. At 9 o'clock last night, you got an email that said, if you get the chance, sell the S&P 500 at 21.68. Okay? Now, had you followed those instructions this morning during the half-hour period that began at 10:30, this is where we opened, right at one of last week's weekly trading zones. And I remind you, these are, let me drag that over so nobody gets confused. I can't reveal, I did it last week just as a special treat, but I cannot reveal this week's weekly trading zones to the world until Thursday, okay? Because that's a rule I made up, and I try to follow the rules that I make up. Okay, from 21.68, we put in a low at 21.61. That's a 7-point drop. So, 7 points available at $50 per point per contract. Fast math, 7 times 5 is 35. So that's a $350 move per contract so far. Okay? Could we trade lower? Absolutely. Do we have weekly trading zones this week that are below the number we're currently trading? Indeed we do. Could we see an enormous sell-off tomorrow morning? Let me check. I think that tomorrow is a whopping news day. Stand by and let me check that out. Now, if you are trading the 2420 blueprint, you might have just exited the trade in the first 30 minutes. It went from 68 down to 65.75. So in 30 minutes, you could have picked up 2.25 points. You only need 2 points to be done for the day. And there you had it in one candle, starting at 10:30 this morning. Okay, so we're going to go to tonight. And while I've got the economic calendar out, let me just show you. Okay, showing is better. I'm on today's economic calendar. I haven't clicked tomorrow yet. Okay. What I want you to see is that tonight at 2100, China got a big number coming out, manufacturing PMI. Well, that won't affect me because I'm in soybeans. Trust me, that can affect you. Well, that won't affect me because I'm trading the S&P. If you're in the market, I don't care what market, at 2100 tonight, please be flat, okay? Unless you are an experienced news trader. Also, tonight at 2130, another high impact report comes out of Australia, retail sales, and at 2145, another high impact report out of China, the Caxton manufacturing PMI. I don't know what that is, honestly, but I know that these three little heads mean that the potential for it to rock the markets is as high as it gets. As high as it gets, and as high as it gets. Now, that's tonight. Let's look at tomorrow morning. The first high impact news of the day tomorrow morning will come out at 3. No, wait a minute. Oh, I almost got ahead of myself. I was thinking tomorrow was Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Friday is, well, we'll get to Friday in a minute. Tomorrow we got German manufacturing PMI at 355. If you're not trading on the overnight, you don't have to worry about these. If you are trading on the overnight, you have to be concerned about these, okay? In the U.S., it looks like we have we have one high impact at 10 a.m. tomorrow, ISM manufacturing. And now let's do what I originally meant to do, and that's go to Friday, because if I'm not mistaken, this Friday. Now, Michael, are the markets closing? They're not closing early on Friday, are they?
No, I think Friday's a normal close.
Okay. All right, so here we go. Here's Friday. Great Britain, high impact, construction PMI. U.S., here we go. High impact, non-farm payrolls. That's probably, that coupled with the unemployment rate is probably equivalent or close to a Fed announcement. Would you agree with that, Michael?
It is.
Non-farm.
It is. That's a big one. Yep, non-farm payrolls is a big one.
Combined with unemployment, both coming out at 8:30. Both have three little steer heads, bull heads, whatever you want to call them. So if you're trading pre-market on Friday, please be flat at 8:30, because while you might ultimately be right and the numbers are going to be good and the markets are going to rally, okay, the whipsaw that takes place in the moments following the release of the news can stop you out 3 times in a row, and then you just sit there like a whipped puppy and watch the market go do what you thought it was going to do anyway. Let the markets calm down. Okay, now that news comes out at 8:30. Half the world doesn't even know you can trade overnight or pre-market. So the news comes out at 8:30, so you've got all of these people who invest in and trade stocks waiting for the 9:30 opening bell on Wall Street so they can take action on the 8:30 news that we've already seen come and go. Okay, so the boat gets rocked at 8:30, but then at 9:30, when the average guy who trades through TD Ameritrade or something, you know, he's got a few stocks, he fancies himself a trader. I'm not trying to talk down to anybody. I'm just saying there's another world of traders out there that aren't like us, up all night staring at charts, you know, trading the London Open. It's a foreign language to probably 70% of the people who are involved in the markets, okay? Remember, 80% of Americans, the only participation they have in the markets is through their 401k, their IRA. If you talk to them about buying and selling stocks, they just give you a blank stare, because that's not their world, okay? I'm not cut out to be a baker or a candlestick maker, but there are people who are. And if they started talking about their craft, I'd probably glaze over pretty quick too, okay? So to each his own. God created us all uniquely and differently and wonderfully, all right? So the market will get rocked at 8:30, but it's going to get rocked again at 9:30 because people who own stocks are just chomping at the bit waiting to buy or sell based on that news that came out at 8:30. So I think I've said it enough times. You've got my point. I'm going to leave it at that, okay? Now, the economic calendar that I prefer doesn't mean it's the best, but it's the one that I rely on, investing.com. Click economic calendar. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if the site that just became a CFRN property recently, in all the stuff that's available here, I'd be really surprised that there's not an economic calendar. And note to Luttrell, if you're listening in, that's something we absolutely want to add to this page, is an economic calendar, so that we can send people to our own calendar. And if I'm not mistaken, if you take a look at the webmaster tools over on investing.com, Luttrell, I think you'll find it pretty simple to implement. Okay? All right. So we're going to go now to the good word for the day. Why? Because I said that's what we would do. And I try to do what I say whenever I can. And then I've got another juicy piece of news for you. You know, Donald's down in Mexico today, and they're burning effigies in the street of this guy. So I hope he took a healthy security detail with him. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, we're going to go back to our series on overcoming temptation. Oh my goodness, it's top of the hour. Wayne Jett is here. As soon as we finish talking to Wayne, we will pick up on Overcoming Temptation Part 2, and then we'll get into the Concierge Trade Alerts for the day. Wayne, welcome to the show.
How are you today, Dwayne? Nice to be here.
I am so glad that it's Wednesday. Because Wednesday at CFRN means it's Wayne Jett Day. So, we're glad to have you here. And whatever you want to talk about today, I know a lot has happened over the past week. We had a great show on Monday with Dane Wigington, who you were responsible for introducing to this show, as I recall. And
yes, he,
what
wonderful man.
Yeah,
and
just a great guy. And what I've started doing when I post the show after the fact, for those who couldn't be here live, when I post the recording at emini.cfrn.net, I'm including the show notes. So everything that Dana and I talked about on Monday, if you go to that page, you'll be able to see. I mean, we talked about everything from the 9/11 conspiracy to, well, you know what? I'm going to read you, and I'm going to show everybody who's logged in. You go to emini.cfrn.net. Okay? And let me get this advertisement out of the way. Why is Google, guys, when Google gives you that advertisement, just make it go away. Okay, so let me roll down to the Dane show on Monday. All right, and you got to click these three little dots. We talked about what you and I had already talked about, Germans told to stockpile food and water, and that's spreading to Finland. We talked about Operation Paperclip. We talked about vet to U.S. military with oaths, defend U.S. from domestic terrorism of U.S. leadership. We talked about Paul Craig Roberts. We talked about the School of the Americas still exporting death squads, the science of 9/11, the 30-second reel of Building 7's collapse. We watched that. We talked about Obama stonewalling the investigation into the SEAL Team 6 helicopter crash, where 22 Navy SEALs met an untimely demise. We talked about 30 crucial OKC bombing questions that remain unanswered. We asked, could it be that Osama bin Laden was actually a CIA asset named Tim Osman? And then we talked about Ken Caldera, David Keith, and Carnegie Science, the face of the criminal climate engineering cover-up. So Guys, there's so much information out on that page, emini.cfrn.net, and everything that Wayne and I talk about today, I am going to highlight that in the exact same way so that if you've missed the show live, you'll still be able to pick up on all the information. So tell me, Wayne, what do you want to talk about first?
Well, I am very glad you went through that list of your subjects covered with Dane. That sounds like a heck of a show, and I'm going to be one of the ones going to check it out.
Awesome.
I didn't get to listen on Monday. So thanks for that. But there are that I'd like to talk about some of the basics in which I have perhaps more information or research done directly than other people. There are a number of other very knowledgeable people about various things. Certainly Dane is far and away the expert on geoengineering and what is being done to destroy not only our environment, but to poison the population. This is an attack. This is an anti-personnel weapon that is euphemistically called geoengineering.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a direct assault on the American people as well as on every other country in which it's being deployed. It is an attack against humanity and against all living things, and it needs to be stopped in every way possible. There are others around the globe that are working hard to get it done, but Dane has got to be right in the top rung of the leadership on people doing things effectively to call that to attention and to try to marshal the numbers of people that have to come out and start doing something in order to get it stopped. But what I would like to talk about again is in the financial world,
Mm-hmm.
what we are seeing here is a monetary crime of the greatest proportion. It ought not to be a surprise because it has happened in every fiat money system in history. It happened in the 1700s to France. It happened twice to France.
Mm-hmm.
Each time they tried fiat money. I think the most recent time they supposedly were backing it with the value of their land. But nevertheless, it always happens that money is created out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
The people who do it always create it in order to benefit themselves in some scheme or another, and they wind up making it worthless, and therefore everyone who has worked for that fiat money winds up having the value of their labor, that is their saved capital, stolen
Mm-hmm.
from them.
Yeah.
And that is most certainly what is happening now. I want to get at one particular thing. It may sound like it's old hat, but even some very knowledgeable people that at least they're looked to as being knowledgeable presently are still saying that there's a deflation monster out there that is the reason that the Fed has to do what it's doing in creating all this, the hundreds of billions of new money. Not just in 10 years, they're creating it by the day. That's the kind of hyperinflation that is laying in wait for us that we have to understand better. There is no deflation monster in this circumstance that is plaguing the U.S. economy. All of those who are referring to deflation, if they are at all in good faith, and some of them I think are, they have fallen for the bait of the Federal Reserve in referring to falling prices, any decline in prices, as being proof of deflation. That is not the case. The reason the Fed has planted that evil seed of calling price declines deflation is because it gives them the license to do exactly what they want, and that is create more money and give it to themselves. And even giving it to themselves, lending it to themselves at 0 interest rates, plays right into their hands. It's free money.
Yeah.
And it's money that everyone else is having to work every day to earn small amounts.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they can get those billions of dollars and buy anything in the world they want right now. And certainly that's what they're doing, because they know this money is going to be worthless in the near future. Now, what I want to do, though, in order to get to the bottom of this and to assure the people who are listening of any thought or suspicion that we are facing deflation presently, I want you to understand the concept of what inflation and deflation is. Inflation is when the value of the monetary unit, that is the dollar in the case that we're talking about, the value of each unit of the monetary unit currency loses value. The dollar unit becomes less valuable.
Okay, now I think typically we would think about inflation as the cost of a gallon of milk going up.
That is, it takes.
So you're kind of approaching it from a different angle, but what you're saying is exactly true. It just, milk did go up, and so now it takes more dollars to buy that milk or loaf of bread or gallon of gas or whatever it might be. Okay.
That's correct. And when we were on the gold standard back before 1934, actually even then we stayed on the gold standard, and to a limited extent we were on the gold standard in the dollar up to August of 1971. It was a matter that, at least for the other central banks of Europe, the United States retained an obligation with the dollar to exchange gold for dollars held by other central banks at the rate of $35 an ounce.
Mm-hmm.
And there were banks, other central banks, demanding that their dollars be exchanged for gold at 35. They wanted to get in before the door was closed, as they were seeing obviously coming, because obviously the dollar wasn't, had already lost value, but we were still allowing them to buy gold at $35 an ounce. No Americans could do it, no individuals at least, but you can bet that the international bankers, the ones headed on Wall Street, were doing the buying in Europe as well. But getting back to understanding exactly what inflation and deflation is the opposite of inflation. That it is, deflation is occurring when the dollar is gaining in real value. I'm not talking about gaining in value relative to other currencies that are also fiat currencies that are losing value even faster than the dollar. That's not the same thing as real deflation. Real deflation is when the dollar is gaining value because it will buy more gold than $1 will buy more gold than it would buy yesterday. That's the kind of deflation. It is a monetary event. Milton Friedman, who was widely regarded as an honest economist with integrity, the one who announced the principle in 1968 or thereabouts, that inflation is now and always a purely monetary event. That is, it happens to the money because of the people who are managing the money. It doesn't happen because of anything that's going on in the market. It is not something that happens because a business runs a certain way. A business doesn't create the monetary event. What he's saying is it's a monetary event because it is done by the people who are managing the currency. And of course, deflation is the opposite side of that. So deflation is always and everywhere a purely monetary event. It is done by those who are managing the money supply. And I want to give you an example of what real deflation is that we experienced in recent years. It happened between 1996 and October of 2002. It was a period in which the Federal Reserve was secretly reducing the amount of the money supply, and in the period between 1996 and 1988-99, they increased the value of the dollar about 45–46%. That is a tremendous swing in the value of the dollar. And what happens when you have deflation? You have to reduce your prices of your goods and services or nobody will buy them. And so what happens in that circumstance is when producers of goods and services, particularly goods, starting with commodities, you're talking things such as cement, sand and gravel, those things that are sold in commodity forms, they are the first ones to be hit by deflation, and they must reduce their prices or they will not sell, because their price is determined on a spot basis day to day. And what happened in 96 through 99 is that deflation began happening, and it started driving capital out of the basic commodity industries. It drove them out there first, and those became unprofitable. And so people who had been investing in things such as cement companies and sand and gravel and construction and those kinds of things, they started pulling their money out and started trying to find other things that were still profitable. Deflation drove it out of every industry and drove capital into the high-tech stocks that were regarded as still profitable because they were going to be the new answer to everything. All of the capital that should have been spread across the market was driven into high-tech, and then they had to blow up because nobody could afford to buy high-tech. They had no customers. So therefore, all of the smart people who knew what the Fed was doing in secret, the ones who had the entry into the Fed by sitting on their boards, they knew what was happening, and you can be sure they told their hedge fund friends who were managing their money. The hedge funds sold short to high techs, and we had then the tech bust.
Meltdown, yeah.
That was entirely managed and set up and arranged by the Fed's secret actions. I happen to know this pretty directly by the fact that the man I was working with from 2003 to 2005 had been in direct communication with Greenspan at the Fed, telling him, because he had, this was Jude Winniski, the head of a firm called Polyconomics, and he told me that he communicated directly with Greenspan, telling him, you're causing deflation. How do I know? Because the price of gold is going down. It was dropping from over $400 an ounce in 1996. By 1999, it was at $252 an ounce. That's the 46% drop or so in the price of gold, and therefore the rise in the value of each dollar. That is what was doing it. When he told Greenspan that, they had been in personal communications for quite a period of time prior to that, over the years, and at that point, when he told Greenspan that, Greenspan cut off communication with him. No explanation, just would not reply to him further. As a result, he eventually went to the Treasury, went to the White House, and the White House sent them over to Treasury, Larry Summers at that time. He tells Summers that and basically gets laughed out of the office. Well, it was because they were doing it in secret. They didn't want the general public to know because it was setting up the tech crash. In order for them to have their most profitable time in the markets, when it goes one direction faster than any other time, and that's when they have crashes. They love them because they know how to profit from them faster than they can in any other type of market. Everybody understand what deflation is now? We have no deflation, no possibility of it. We have nothing but the clear certainty of hyperinflation in our future. The only way they are staving that off now is by the use of these trillions of dollars in interest rate derivatives, artificially keeping interest rates low. Otherwise, nobody would lend their money at these low interest rates. Nobody would. Even certainly anyone that's working hard for the dollars would not lend for nothing or for negative rates. They can only make those by falsifying them with hidden tools in the markets. That is, these interest rate derivatives that the big banks have done, almost certainly underwritten by the Federal Reserve, so the taxpayers are on the hook for them, at least on paper, so that they create false demand for dollars, making it appear that all these trillions that they put into the market are actually soaked up. And once those interest rate derivatives collapse, it's over. Now, how is it they're going to collapse? It's a certainty that at some point the other nations of the world are already far down the line in setting up their own, at least trade system, certificates of gold-backed certificates in order to pay for international trade. Since the dollar is no longer being accepted as payment in much international trade, people in other countries don't want it. They're risking a war against them by the United States, or at least terrorism against us, or the overthrow of their governments anytime they step out of line and act like they're not going to use the dollar anymore. But they've finally got enough countries with good leadership fed up enough that they have organized and they're leaving the dollar. The dollar is no longer going to be the international reserve currency. It really isn't even that status right now. They're already abandoning it. They're selling their treasury bonds. That is why the only real buyer for treasury bonds is the Fed itself, which is being underwritten by the Treasury, and so it's just the kind of scheme that is designed to deceive the public in order to keep this going.
As you began to speak about inflation, deflation, and you used the did you use the term deflation monster? You did, didn't you?
No.
Okay.
I might have.
I think you did, because I went out and did a little searching and I came across, and this backs up everything you've said, and so I'm going to put it in the show notes. There's a man, Chris Martinson, who I'm not familiar with. He has a website called Peak Prosperity, Insights from Prospering as Our World Changes. And anyone who is actually logged into the show who can see my screens, you'll see that he had posted on his blog back in January, the deflation monster has arrived and it sure looks angry. As we've been warning for quite a while, too long for my taste, the world's grand experiment with debt has come to an end, and it's now unraveling. Just in the 2 weeks since the start of 2016, the U.S. equity markets are down almost 10%, the worst start to the year in history. Many other markets across the world are suffering worse. If you watched stock prices today, and he wrote this on January 15th, if you watched the stock market today, you likely had flashbacks to the financial crisis of 2008. At one point, the Dow was down over 500 points. The S&P cracked key support at 1900, and the price of oil dropped below $30 a barrel. Scared investors are wondering, what the heck's happening? Many are also fearfully asking, are we re-entering another crisis? Sadly, we think so. While there may be a market rescue, plunge protection team, to the rescue, they've propped the market up all year, that provides some relief in the near term. Sure enough, looking at the next few years, we will experience this as a time of unprecedented financial market turmoil, political upheaval, and social unrest. The losses will be staggering. Markets are going to crash. Wealth will be transferred from the unwary to the well-connected, and life for most people will get harder as measured against the recent past. It's nothing personal, it's just math. This is simply the way things go when a prolonged series of very bad decisions have been made. Not by you or me, mind you. Most of the bad decisions that will haunt our future were made by the Federal Reserve in its ridiculous attempts to sustain the unsustainable. In spiritual terms, it is said that everything happens for a reason. When it comes to the Fed, however, I'm afraid that a less inspiring saying applies. Everything happens for a reason, and sometimes the reason is you're stupid and you make bad decisions. Now, I'm going to put the link to this article in the show notes so those that are interested can read the whole thing. But off to the side, there's another article, off the cuff. There is no market anymore, only manipulation. The big players push prices around at will. So just thought I'd share that with you, and you'll be able to, because this guy's right on track with you. Like I say, I never heard of him before, but the link to his blog will be in the notes tonight.
Well, I appreciate you pointing that out. However, I would dissent from the view that he's right on track with me.
He is.
What he's talking about is the kind of secondary creation of money that occurs with banks when they basically lend 10 times the amount of money they have, or some of them loan 50 times as much money as capital as they have.
What is the law nowadays? I know that it's changed, and if Michael G., who's a banker, is in the chat room, he might be able to tell us. But I think it used to be something like for every $1 on deposit, you could loan out 10. Isn't there an actual law that determines?
I don't think there's an actual law. I think that was the standard practice, and perhaps it might have even been a banking regulation. But certainly at the time of 2008, we saw that the big banks were leveraged to 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 times their capital. And of course, the ones that the too big to fails, I'm not sure we even get an honest answer as to what their leverage actually is. Supposedly they're safer now, but don't believe it. All they're doing is they've changed their game plan to, instead of taking it directly from Congress, they just take it out of the bank accounts of the people who are depositing with them in order to get their capital again. I think your listeners are very likely aware that the bail-in is the now common terminology. That is, that the regulations relating to banks no longer treat the individual bank accounts of the account holder as being the property of the account holder. They treat them as if you have actually invested in the bank by delivering your money to them. No longer yours, now theirs.
You're ringing my bell, because I'm telling you, my wife went into the bank not too long ago, and she's been a very frugal woman all of her life, and she has some savings by the grace of God. And she wanted a substantial chunk of her savings because she had something she wanted to go do. And when she filled out the withdrawal slip and slid it across the counter, the woman laughed at her. And my wife says, "What are you laughing at?" And she goes, "The number you wrote on this withdrawal slip." My wife says, "Pull up my account balance." And the lady goes, "Oh, I'm not saying you don't have the money on deposit." She says, "But we don't have that kind of money here." And my wife says, "Well," my wife and things financial, you know, she's smart as a whip about everything, but, you know, when it comes to the financial markets and banking regulations, that's just not her forte. She's can tell you more about organic gardening and how to be naturally healthy. But anyway, she was livid that this bank didn't have, and now I'm not talking about, she didn't go in and write a deposit slip for $200,000. She wrote a deposit or a withdrawal slip for less than $10,000. They didn't have it in the bank. You know what they told her? They said, "If you give us 2 days, we can round it up and you can come back and get it then." She went ballistic, and she called me on the phone. I said, "Honey, calm down. My personal banker's there. I mean, I'm sorry this happened to you. I wish I'd have known ahead of time you were going to do this. I would have warned you, and just back out before they call 911. Just back out and get in the car, come home, and I'll explain everything to you." So she did, and we've since gone back, and she's made peace with the teller. But, I mean, to the thought that in today's society, $10,000 is not a lot of money. Now, that's the mark where they have to send paperwork to the IRS that you took $10,000 or more out. And, guys, don't try to be clever and go in and take out $99.99, because, you know, that's just ridiculous. If you're taking the money out for a good reason and you earn the money legally, so what if they send a note to the IRS? Big deal. I mean, it's your money, but as long as you pay taxes on it. That's why I say, hopefully you made it legally and you did pay taxes on it. So she and I sat down and began to talk. You know, we have, we're kind of over a barrel here with the banking cartel. They've got our money and we can't get it. What the heck are we going to do? Are we going to wait until, like Greece, they shutter the doors and tell us we can have $60 a day out of the instant teller? I mean, so we are taking actions to extricate ourselves from the banking cartel. And I'm not saying we're going off the grid. I'm not saying we're moving to Ecuador. I'm just saying, folks, look at your own financial situation. How much cash reserves do you have on hand in the event of a crisis, in the event that the banks get shut down, in case the value of the dollar goes in the toilet because China comes out and announces that their currency is now backed by gold, the yuan, and their currency, the people with the cheap plastic toys, their currency, and the toothpaste with the antifreeze in it, their currency suddenly becomes the world's reserve currency. That's a frightening thought, but I'm here to tell you it can happen. Now, there's a comment from the audience from Tom. He says, can I make a comment to your guest? In my opinion, the biggest risk to the U.S. is the rise in the dollar. Gold historically has been a refuge when people lose confidence in government and will again. The main game in the world is capital flows. Gold will rise again, in my opinion, when the people totally lose confidence in their government. Read derivatives, watch the so-called clearinghouses. Tom goes on to say that is not the real problem. I think he's referring to something else we had said. Ask why the velocity of money has collapsed. All that Fed money to the big banks are deposits they collect interest on, and that so-called created money has never seen the light of day. Keith, the bank I'm referring to, which I have a very good relationship with, is U.S. Bank. And so now back to you for your comments on any of that, Wayne.
Well, the situation regarding the tremendous amounts of new monetary base issued by the Federal Reserve, it basically is going to fund the federal government because that we're monetizing the additional debt there. Other countries of the world have recognized these dollars that are being issued for the national debt are no good anymore. That's why the stories are out that they will no longer be accepted by particularly China for shipments of products over to the United States.
What do they want?
They would take their gold certificates, or they would probably take their own currency. But they will not take. They will not. They've specified, but I of course haven't seen those kinds of instructions. It's only anecdotal stories about why our shipping has fallen, why the seas are so vacant of the ships transporting goods and services. And it is at the monetary base. I wanted to respond to the point that the strong dollar is our problem.
That's what Tom said, yeah. Do you agree or disagree?
It's certainly not the basic problem. It is a superficial problem in terms of our trade situation, because obviously as the dollar is stronger than other currencies, it makes our goods more expensive overseas, and therefore we sell even less. Our trade deficit is already in the range of $400 to $500 billion deficit per year. And as soon as it comes to pass, as it will in the near future, that we're no longer the reserve currency, it will mean that that we must sell as much as we buy, or else we have to pay for it in some other assets, which will mean allowing the people who sell us those products to come here with the dollars and buy the assets here, such as farmland or office buildings or shopping centers or whatever, so that they get their piece of capital for what it is that we got from them. That means that at the clip of $400 to $500 billion per year, how long would it take for the assets of the country to, in effect, be owned by foreign entities? It wouldn't be very long. I mean, certainly we don't have gold of that nature. There's no gold in the United States Treasury to exchange for that $400 billion for 1 year. And when you go that, it would take probably at least 5 years to cut our deficit in half. And so you're going $400 billion a year for multiple years. It is a circumstance in which we're trying to sell more to others. The first thing normally that happens is we have to start selling our food production to others because they definitely want that. And it creates conditions of starvation here. That is certainly what Venezuela has been experiencing in spades. People starving, hunting all over the country for food in some way or other to feed their families. Just within the past month, the government of Venezuela allowed their people to cross the borders of adjoining countries to try to get food for one weekend. And just over that weekend, the people along the borders, over 100,000, 200,000 people in that range, went into other countries trying to find food. And we're not talking about a situation in which, oh, that could not possibly happen here. Venezuela, not many years ago, was one of the, maybe the most prosperous country in South America. And when you have a circumstance of the banks shutting down, of people losing their savings accounts, of people losing their capital, can't use their credit cards, these are circumstances in which it becomes a desperate situation very quickly. And I wrote a piece that I don't write very much on my website anymore.
I have your website up for the viewers to look at, classicalcapital.com. Do you have a new essay?
Well, the shelter where essay is the most recent one I've put on, and it basically is raising the point of where do you go when you're bailing out of your circumstances. For example, if you're invested in the stock market and it crashes, what do you do? What I begin by saying there is that it won't be good enough this time to just yell sell. Back in 1929, the gold was back. The dollar was backed by gold, and so what you had to do is get into cash as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Cash is not a shelter now, so you have to make your plans ahead of time in order to get the cash. Sell what if you have to get to some other investment, you have to first sell what you have, go to cash, and then put your cash in something else. As you pointed out, it's a dangerous thing to put it in a bank because it may not be yours any longer. It's
right.
Like investing in a stock market, except it's just the bank.
Mm-hmm.
That one bank, and how strong is it? And it's going to have other creditors that it pays off first, and as an account holder at a bank, you're going to be basically an unsecured creditor. That's last in line. So the question is, can you reallocate your money, your currency, into something that will hold its value the best for you? Is that going to be farmland? Is it going to be gold or silver? It's going to be something that that you can own and take care of and manage and protect, but you have to do that kind of assessment for your own situation and determine what will be safest and something that will safeguard the welfare of yourself and your family better than anything else you can manage. So those are the kinds of things that have to be assessed for every person. It's very hard to make a general prognosis for everybody. Sometimes people can protect what they hold near them. Sometimes they're not in a position to do that, depending on where they live or what their physical condition is, or those whom they must protect, such as family and children. All of that has to be taken into account in making your plans. But it is a dangerous plan time in which the Federal Reserve has been creating trillions of dollars in new money. And I want to remind people that the whole story told in 2008 as to what had caused all of that crash and the bad mortgages was too much money being created between 2002 and 2008. And let me tell you that the largest amount of money created in any one of those years by the Federal Reserve was $40 to $45 billion in the entire year added to the monetary base. They've been doing that for years here now in each month or more. And I'm not at all sure that even is the full measure of the amount of money, amount of new dollars added to the monetary base. Technically, they show on their financial statements, and these are just statements, they're not audited by anyone that we know.
Mm-hmm.
The Federal Reserve shows something like $4.5 trillion in its monetary base presently, and that is up from about $845 billion. That's, of course, only a mere fraction. They've increased the monetary base a minimum of 5 times over in the last 7 years, 8 years, and yet I'm afraid that the amount of money they created far exceeds that, because the stories have been that even in the year 2008 alone, they had created and distributed to banks around the world 16 trillion, 17 trillion just in 2008 alone. Now, in my mind, if you have any knowledge of those facts, the last thing in the world that is our problem is deflation. All of deflation talk does, it gives the Federal Reserve more cover for doing exactly what its owners want it to do, and that is create more money and give it to them, so that it robs the value out of the capital still owned and held by ordinary Americans and others around the world. The basic fact of money, fiat money, is that each dollar created immediately, as soon as it comes off the press or is created in a digital account,
right,
worth exactly the same amount as every other dollar in the world. And that means that every other dollar in the world is worth less with each dollar that is created. Now, I hate to preach, but I know
it's all right. No. I'm with you on this. Now, I know when we used the term trillion the other day, I had brought up this little graphical representation of how much a trillion is. I just searched a little bit differently today, and I got a different page. It says if you had $1 trillion, you would have to spend $10 million every day for 273 years to go broke. Now think about that in reverse. When we owe how many trillions of dollars to people that don't want to take the dollar in payment for their debt. Now, I ran across an alarming article, and as some of you go out and start to search this, I don't want you to get sucked into it, because look at the date the article was published. It says that the yuan is already a gold-backed currency, and it says that it goes into some stuff that's true, but there's some stuff that I think is not true in that article. Now, what I do have up on the screen right now, and this is, I just simply did a Google search, is the yuan backed by gold? Because that article I read scared me a little bit. It says one of the more popular theories is that China wants to, now this isn't a website, this is just a response from Google itself. One of the more popular theories is that China wants to eventually convert the yuan to the gold standard and overthrow the greenback as the main global currency. The gold standard means a country's currency is backed by gold. So if you hold that gold, you can, in theory, exchange it for an equal amount of gold. Now that was published May 25th of 2016. Now the article, I think I might have let it go. No, it's right here. In a shocking move likely to crush the U.S. economy overnight, I think this is a bogus article, guys. China is refusing to make its new gold-backed yuan convertible from or to U.S. dollars. The new yuan will be introduced next Tuesday, April 19th. I don't know if that happened or not. When the International Monetary Fund agreed to add the yuan to the basket of world currencies used for global reserves and international trade, they wanted China to make the yuan more reliable as a currency. Since then, China has almost unpegged its yuan from the dollar, allowing its value to fluctuate on world markets. But for years, China has been amassing huge amounts of gold bullion. Some have said their appetite for bullion has been staggering, and with a new gold-backed yuan to be issued next Tuesday, see, I don't think that happened. The entire world will have a choice of a new currency to use for international trade. The old US dollar, which is backed by nothing, or the new Chinese yuan, which is backed by gold. This is almost like a headline from the future. Which currency would you use? When the new currency is issued, countries that have been forced to use US dollars for decades and have had to keep billions of dollars in their foreign currency reserves will be free to dump those dollars, but they won't be able to dump them to China for the new gold-backed yuan. China has reportedly decided there can be no conversion of gold-backed yuan to or from US dollars. What China fears is that many countries around the world will want to trade their reserve US dollars for the new yuan, leaving China with a mountain of worthless US dollars. China already has several trillion in US dollar reserves and does not want or need more. If news of this decision by China is correct, then countries around the world may just have to decide whether or not they wish to continue trading with the U.S. at all. Well, that's ridiculous. We are one of the largest exporters and importers of goods and services in the world, and that's not going to change. The upheaval this could cause as early as next week would be staggering. This is a fast developing story. Check back. Now, this article was dated April 18th. To my knowledge, there was no follow-through. There was never an announcement made that the yuan is now backed by gold. But that's the theory, and I've been talking about this for months and months and months on the radio, that I fear this is coming, and we need to wake up and figure out, what are we going to do about it? Well, some people, a very close friend of mine, is getting his hands on as many dollars as he can, and he's putting them in silver. Now, let me ask you a question, Wayne. I may have asked you this last week. If I did, maybe your opinion has changed. Silver is trading at around $19. Gold is trading at around $1,300. If a man were to invest $10,000 in either one of those metals, and it were to double, then they would have $20,000, correct? If the price of the precious metal doubled, if you invest $10,000, now you have $20,000, right?
Well,
So is
you
it
have
easier-
the,
So is it easier? Is it easier for something to go from 19 to 38, where it has been before, or for something to go from 1,300 to 2,600, where it has never been before? So that's why my friend is turning his dollars in for physical silver, because he thinks
Yes.
he has a better chance of a double there than he does in gold. That's, you know, I'd love your opinion on his strategy.
Well, that's the kind of an analytical mind that is used to the stock market and used to the point in which, you know, you're after this objective of having more dollars. The problem with our scenario now is that even when you get to that double, you're going to be faced with the same circumstance we are now. Do you want dollars at all? Because you have no idea how much they're going to be worth tomorrow. Your basic circumstance traditionally with gold has been that those who understand gold know that it is really not a vehicle for making money. It is a vehicle for preserving the value of your savings. It does not change. Gold does not get more valuable. It's going to stay the same value. The difference is the price is determined by what's the worth that you're paying for it.
Yeah, I get your point. I get your point.
Ordinarily, when you buy gold, it is not to make money. It is to preserve capital.
Yes.
The value of what you've already given for what you've got. And so therefore, all you're doing is when gold doubles in price, you're just finding out that the dollar is worth half as much per unit. And so the $50,000 that you get next week for the $25,000 that you paid for gold this week, that $50,000 is going to be worth what you paid for the gold in the first place. In other words, its purchasing power is so many ounces of gold. And by and large, you can, in the present circumstances, it's not at all the traditional circumstance of gold over the years, because the price of gold and the price of silver has been badly manipulated in the markets. Ordinarily in the past, it has been believed by very intelligent people and experienced people that it would be impossible to manipulate the gold market. There's just too much gold and too many owners of it that if someone tries to corner the market, it's impossible. It takes too much money. Silver has been more subject to manipulation, but even that is very questionable. The point is, though, now, both gold and silver, I certainly am convinced, and I think many others are as well, that both the price of gold and the price of silver is heavily manipulated and is presently far below what a fair market would determine it to be. It is being manipulated, the price of gold is, by the futures markets and the fact that the U.S. has basically insisted upon setting the price of gold based on the paper gold of the futures markets, in which they can sell a full year's production in a few minutes in order to knock the price of gold down, even though they're never going to deliver that gold that is promised in those paper contracts. That is the way that the gold price is manipulated now. So in my estimation, for both gold and silver, the price of those two precious metals, monetary metals, the price presently in the United States is far below what the market would indicate if it were not deceitfully manipulated downward. So therefore, if you buy at this price, which to my knowledge you can still do in the U.S. markets, when the deception is no longer possible, When the paper markets have gone bust and the real market is out there, in my estimation, it is possible to so-called get ahead or make a profit of, that is, the price of your gold or the price of your silver increases not only because the currency's value drops, but the price would increase also because the deception, the manipulation has been broken, and the true market price for those metals would be determined by a fair market. Now, I've heard it said that the price of gold, it's possible that in the near future, gold cannot actually be even bought for dollars. So the dollar would become completely worthless so far as gold is concerned, because it would lose its value. The dollar would lose its value so quickly. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, yeah. I'm listening to every word you say.
Good. I'm sorry, I was getting some beeps, and I was thinking that perhaps we've been cut off.
No. I'm, as far as I know, everything is fine. I did come across an article. I know you and I have talked about, the coming cashless society. And to go a little biblical here for a minute, everyone has probably, even if you're not a believer, you've probably heard about the mark of the beast and how in, the end times you'll have to have a certain number in the palm of your hand or on your forehead. Well, I figured out a long time ago that when I wave my iPhone in front of that little machine, that I am actually waving, a set of numbers in, so I am able to enact commerce by waving. But I always wondered, how are they going to get you to tattoo it on your forehead? I offered an answer sometime back on the show that maybe the next set of Google glasses, you'll look into a little thing, the way you wave your phone, and it will read your number, and you'll be able to transact that way. But I just shared with the audience, we went through a list of 20 science fiction technologies that are available today. And one of the 20 is face recognition software. Now, they've had that in Vegas for a long time, the eye in the sky. If you get banned from a casino and you try to go to another casino 6 months later down the road, man, you're not in that place 10 minutes before the eye in the sky pegs you through face recognition, and they not so gently escort you out the door. They use it in airports, but the sophistication of face recognition has gotten to the point where it's coming to the cash register at your local grocery store and other places that you do business. And so you won't have to carry a phone, you won't have to carry a purse, you won't have to carry a MERS, you won't have to carry anything. There'll be a little screen when it comes time to pay. You'll stare into the screen. It will immediately recognize who you are, and whatever form of payment you have on file, your credit card, it will deduct from that account. If you have a couple of cards on file, the cashier will say, "Sir, did you want that to come off of your business credit card or your personal credit card?" Business, please. And she'll hit the right button, and the money will be deducted. They say that this face scanning software has become sophisticated to the point where it's actually more accurate than taking a person's fingerprint. Now, that's pretty amazing. Now, I just Googled up an article from the Wall Street Journal, The Sinister Side of Cash. Now, this is an argument for the other side. Paper money fuels corruption, terrorism, tax evasion, and illegal immigration. So the U.S. should get rid of $100 bills. When I tell people that I've been doing research on why the government should drastically scale back the circulation of cash, paper currency, the most common initial reaction is bewilderment. Why should anyone even care about such a mundane topic? But currency, paper currency, lies at the heart of some of today's most intractable public finance and monetary problems. Getting rid of most of it, that is, moving to a society where cash is used less frequently and mainly for small transactions, could be a big help. There's little debate among law enforcement agencies that paper currency, especially large notes such as the U.S. $100 bill, facilitates crime, racketeering, extortion, money laundering, drug and human trafficking, the corruption of public officials, not to mention terrorism. Guys, this is how they're going to soft sell this cashless society. There are substitutes for cash, cryptocurrencies, uncut diamonds, gold coins, prepaid cards, but for many kinds of criminal transactions, cash is still king. It delivers absolute anonymity, portability, liquidity, and near universal acceptance. It is no accident that whenever there is a big time drug bust, the authorities typically find wads of cash. Now, this article from the Wall Street Journal also goes into cash being deeply implicated in tax evasion and illegal immigration, and how this cashless, not a cashless society, what this man is looking for is a less cash society. So, we give up information so willingly today for the conveniences it provides that, you know, go back 20 years and it would be, hey, I'm not giving Big Brother that information. Nobody's getting, you know, now we fork it over. They don't have to put a pistol to our head. We just go, oh, you need this, oh, you need that, because of the benefits that we get from it. We don't have to, you know, so I'm just saying there is another side to this argument for the less cash society. The article to the link to this article from the Wall Street Journal will be in tonight's show notes. So your comments on that, Wayne, is a good argument for why maybe we should do away with cash. I mean, I'm being the devil's advocate here.
I'll tell you that, in my opinion, the way we get rid of the drug problem and organized crime in general, but bust the families that control our government, who run the drug trade, who control the amount of opium, heroin that comes in to this country from Afghanistan, which we invaded in order to take to remove the Taliban, which had cut the production of poppies and heroin 5% of what it was before they took over. We go in and it's now 15 times of what it was when we took over, and it's flown in until the recent loss of the big air base in Turkey at Incirlik. Most of that heroin was flown to Europe and the United States through our Air Force base in Turkey. Now, we need to break the criminals who run the Federal Reserve, who own the Federal Reserve, who own Wall Street, and who own our government. And we will not have to start giving up our rights to have money in our pockets whenever we want it, and to use it as we wish privately without the control of either the banks or the government. I remember it came to mind just a minute ago what Will Rogers said about dogs. He said, if dogs don't go to heaven, I want to go where they go. That comes to mind partly because of this scenario that you were describing about the article talking about the gold-backed Chinese currency. I want to go where those countries are going. Americans need to go where those countries are going to get an honest currency outside the control of the criminals who run the Federal Reserve and our United States government. Those are the families that are crucifying the world, and the rest of the world is getting out. I want to go where they're going. Is that clear enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a do or die situation. We cannot keep turning the other cheek and asking what they're going to do to us. We have to take our own future into our hands, even at our age. And this is a tremendous crisis that is coming to pass that will reach the United States people in spades in the near future. And we need to be ready for it. We need to understand what's going on. We have to understand that the other countries that are moving away from the dollar are not doing so because they're sworn enemies of the American people. It's because they've been cheated too long, and they've finally gotten enough strength in order to organize and get out from under these criminals. And we have to be able to move with them so that we are not the only ones left to be the victims. The world was going to be much better off when they get to an honest currency. I'm sure, believe it or not, I believe this, China would love to have an honest currency in somebody else's hands, as long as it's honest. It doesn't have to control it. It's not asking to control the currency. Neither is Russia. They want an honest currency so they're not cheated out of the value of the assets they sell to the rest of the world.
And the problem is that the Fed will continue the heroin of cheap money to the addicts on Wall Street.
Well, they are doing exactly what any fiat currency is planned to do in the long run. They've already cheated us out of 99% plus of the value of the capital we've earned. They just want the rest of it, and they're going to get it. And they get it by going into this hyper mode that they've been in for the last 8 years. This is August. It was mid-August 2008 that the lid blew off of the money creation by the Fed. And they've been doing exactly what they dreamed of doing since 1913, which is to provide free money to the owners of the Fed, the big banks, and do it ad infinitum in order to buy as much as they can before it all becomes worthless, and they're the only ones left owning anything real. That's what's going on now. And all the people who keep talking about deflation and they don't want another depression, they're either complete stooges or they're very ignorant. People in the United States, Americans in the 19th century, were far more educated about money than we are now. We hadn't been subjected to this brainwashing and this stupid analytical arguments that are put out and swallowed by the public because we have no press willing to look at what really is going on. People still believe that the Federal Reserve controls the money supply by the interest rate. That is ridiculous. It is impossible for them to show any kind of a formula by which the money supply is controlled or affected by the rate of interest. That rate of interest is done for one reason. It is to set the interest rates like a cartel for the big banks. And of course, they would love to have zero interest because nobody else gets zero interest, but they do from the Fed. So I know our time is more than expired, so I'm going to...
I'm showing on the screen right now the Creature from Jekyll Island, the book. There's a PDF version available on the internet. And I'm going to encourage everyone to take a second look at the Federal Reserve, which is a privately owned business. It has nothing to do with the government other than it robs you and I, the American taxpayer, via the government, via the Treasury Department. But you'll notice that when you send money into the IRS, on the back, what's it stamped on the back? Whose account does that get deposited in?
Yeah. Let me just say, I respect that book. It's a very informative book. I would prefer you put my book on the screen.
I have got your book right here, and let me show you guys exactly. Now, let me ask you a question. Where's the best place for people to order your book? Should they order it directly from your website? Because that's going in the show notes tonight.
Well, my website...
I'm showing it right now, classicalcapital.com. I'm showing the book, and it says right here, you can buy your copy for 25 bucks. It's over 500 pages. And guys, this is not 500 pages of conjecture or conspiracy theory. This is 500 plus pages of research, facts, names. Come on. You spend that much going out to lunch these days.
Let me say that my website gives you free shipping. If you go through Amazon, there's a shipping charge.
Okay.
And so take your pick. Either one is fine with me.
Okay.
But what I was trying to say about it is that I believe that I actually provide more analysis of what the Fed is all about and what it's been doing all these years than the Creature from Jekyll Island, in all due respect.
Well taken. Well said.
I go into their monetary policy. I also go into, I mean, the most important thing about my book is that it explains exactly what was done to cause the Great Depression. No other book does that. The story, the truth about the Great Depression and how it was done, how it was imposed on America and on the world, is told in my book in Chapter 6, with the other chapters around it, certainly providing additional analysis and facts about it. It also talks clearly about the Federal Reserve and what it has done, and the roles particularly that it's played since 1971, and the way it created the great inflation of 1980, and then the great deflation of 1981, 82, 83, that crashed the oil markets and so forth, that the Federal Reserve, unlike what Ben Bernanke said, did not cause the Great Depression. It stayed on the sidelines. The actions taken were taken by the presidents and by the Congress. Certainly well known to FDR, the so-called hero of the Great Depression and the New Deal. The New Deal was nothing but window dressing, a sideline to the main things that he was doing behind the scenes, including buying all the gold from the other central banks with U.S. taxpayer money that he was stripping out of the economy with the highest taxes in history, using it to buy gold on the international markets and taking it out of the monetary system so that the money supply shrank. Now that is deflation. You buy the gold and take it out of the money supply, and it shrinks your money supply. That's what destroyed the gold standard, and Franklin Roosevelt did it with U.S. tax money. And he did it partly to starve to death people in the United States of America. We had a government-imposed famine that starved millions of people to death in the United States. They didn't just get hungry.
And if you don't think it can't happen again, wake up.
Okay. But I also explained the tech crash and the Fed's role in it, and I explained the financial terrorism of 2008. I believe the book contains the best accounts of both of those crashes, better than any other in any book that I've seen. And I think mine is still the most accurate about 2008 and about the very orchestrated way in which that whole collapse was blamed on deadbeats who wouldn't pay their mortgage and never should have gotten a home loan. That, in my estimation, is entirely false. We would have not even had a blip if that had been the problem. The fact is, though, that the Federal Reserve in 2006, 2007, 2008 cut off any growth in the money supply, making certain that hundreds of thousands of people at the margins lost their jobs. They used a theory that high employment causes inflation, and therefore we're fighting inflation, so we're putting these people out of work, called the Phillips curve. It's completely false. It's another fiction brought about under Keynesian obfuscation and storytelling and lying about what their objectives really are. And it was orchestrated from a number of different directions to basically enable tremendous deceit in the stock markets by use of counterfeit shares, selling of counterfeit shares by the billions of shares, driving down stock prices and making the crash happen, and making it possible to take over big banks and steal their assets and give them to their friends, such as J.P. Morgan. Citibank was supposed to be the big benefactor after J.P. Morgan got Bear Stearns. Citibank was licking its lips thinking it was going to get Wachovia. And lo and behold, Wells Fargo stepped in its path and
take the characters and stories you love everywhere you go with the Kindle app. Choose from millions of...
Sorry about that little background noise. Continue on.
I think I had gone too long, and so I better let you go. Thank you for having me again, Dwayne.
Hey, Wayne, it is a pleasure. I really look forward to every day because with the exception of Tuesday, and I've got a great new host coming for Tuesdays, but, you know, Monday is Dane, Wednesday it's Wayne Jett, tomorrow we have Ed Corey, who is a commercial oil trader where we trade contracts. He used to trade cargo ships of crude. He's a fascinating guy. He's our resident Elliottician. And then on Friday we have with us Chris Robinson of the Robinson Review. But guys, I've got it up on the screen. It's going to be in the show notes tonight. The Fruits of Graft. This is part of the life work of Wayne Jett. He has really poured his heart and soul into this book, and he exposes things about our country and about our government and about the ruling elite that you do yourself a great disservice by not learning the truth. Any plans for a second book, Wayne?
No.
You've said it all, huh?
I wouldn't say that, no, but in large part, you know, that book took 6 years.
Wow.
And when the when the public press is so completely owned by the same people who own the government, it's very difficult to get public attention. The major media will not cover it. All of the intellectual, the academicians and so forth will not cover. And so it's a matter of getting the word through whatever means possible, and that's difficult to do. The commercial stations have simply come to the point that they are not available to discuss these items because there was a major station when my book first came out that gave me 2 interviews, and I had more response from that than any others that I've had. And the man who was good enough to put me on twice was a substitute host who had been employed by the same station for double-digit years. And I think his interviews were as good as any I ever had, maybe the best. And the second interview that he gave me, he said that he had had more public response from my first interview than any he had ever had in his career. And the thing that I regret about that situation is that within a month or so after that second interview, he was no longer with the station. And
my goodness. Well, it's a good thing I own this radio station, because nobody's going to fire me.
And I've had that experience with other broadcast stations that after they've had me once or twice, maybe I'm just not welcomed by their audience, but I think it has more to do with...
No, I think it has more to do with the powers that be. And so you keep preaching the gospel, brother, and we'll see you back here next Wednesday. All right?
All right. Thank you for having me, Dwayne, and thank you to your audience.
God bless you. We'll see you soon. All right, guys. We have a little time to get a whole lot done. So in order to do that, we are going to have to fly like an eagle. Mr. Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, right here on CFRN. All right, I'm showing you Crude. Look what happened in Crude today. Last night, we sent out a Concierge Trade Alert. Let me show you what it looked like. This went into a whole lot of inboxes. GCLV6, if price hits $45.95, sell it like you stole it. Okay. And what happened when price hit $45.95? Consolidated for a little bit. That's how these things work. It's also called important prices, important areas, almost always being tested. This is when the alert came out. This is when it initially triggered at about 7:30 this morning, and it put in its first low during the 8 to 8:30 half hour. We hit a low of 45.78. Let's see, 95 minus 78. 95 minus 78. That's 17 cents or $170 per contract. And then as the market, again, this is how the market works. If you take nothing else away from this show, understand this is how the market works. Leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace. Over and over and over. Every market, every day, that's how the markets work. So, from our sell signal at 45.95, did in fact we have a gee whiz day? We did. What that means is price moved $1,000 per contract. Now granted, today's Wednesday, and so this happened off of the crude news. So I don't want to take too much credit for that, because we always tell you to go flat before the news. But doesn't change the fact that price did drop from 10:30 to 11 o'clock, almost $1,000 per contract. And then as the market settled out and we went back to our normal style of trading, we put in a swing low down at 44.51. 44.51. And so that would be an additional almost $500. That's another $500 right there. Here. From 44.95. 95 minus 51. 95 minus 51. So after the stand down, okay, after it's safe to go back in the water, we dropped Safe Time gave another $440 to the downside. I don't have any shorthand for that. Safe Time gave another $440 to the heck was I trying to downside? Downside. To the downside. Safe Time gave another $440 to the downside. All right. So that was crude oil today. Now, did crude have a buy side? Well, let's take a look. GCLV6 by 46.35. Let's roll it up. 46.35. It did. Okay. And did it make any money? Well, the swing high was 41. So 6 ticks. Now, was this a stop out? This is a walk away. Even though the Concierge Trade Alerts said to go long at 46.35, you would not have done it here. Okay? And behind closed doors, I'll be more than happy to show you how that works. Okay? If you become a Concierge Trade Alert client, I dare say after you trade my alerts for a year, you will either A, never change a thing because you don't fix what works, or you may develop a knack for generating your own buy and sell signals. I'm not specifically going to teach you that. I'm going to teach you how to best take advantage of the alerts I give you. I think that over the course of a year, you're probably going to start to understand some things about the market that you don't understand now. Is it worth investing $1 to take the free trial? Come on, seriously? Now, tonight in the show notes, will be the link to take the trial. Somebody's calling me from a number I don't recognize. Boy, that could be Ed Corey, but I can't answer the show live on the air. So today's Wednesday, tomorrow's Ed Corey. I hope he's not, I hope everything's okay and he's going to be able to make it. Now, there was a comment put into the chat box by Wayne T. I've read that the real debt is $210 trillion or $638,000 per person and is growing at a rate of $33,000 per second. Wayne, I've heard similar numbers and I think you're right on the money. And that's a whole lot of money. Now, Bob Z says, I come from a place called Richmond, BC. It's been entirely overrun by Chinese, and we embrace the Chinese people, those who don't want to kill us, but who want to live in harmony with us. It has been entirely overrun. They're in local government, etc. They are less than 20% of Caucasians left there. I have a ton of firsthand interaction with these folks, both mainland Chinese and the Hong Kong folks, for 37 years. Many have told me in confidence during friendly interactions that indeed they are doing exactly that, trying to become the world's superpower / world currency. And he says that's my 2 cents for today's show. Well, I'm going to tell you what, Bob, when you speak, I think it's worth at least a quarter. Bob says they are buying Canada through politics. We have a few natural resources and namby-pamby politicians. Google China and Africa. You probably already know. Yeah, absolutely. I've been telling folks on the show now for quite some time that the Chinese are buying up land in Africa, which is a big place. Go look at a map. China and Africa. China and Africa, the real story. I will add this to the show notes. China is buying up land because they need to feed their own people. Apparently, a lot of the land in China is not farmable. However, in Africa, you will find the richest, the most black, nutrient-rich soil. I mean, you scoop up a handful of dirt and you look at it and you ask yourself, how is it possible that half the population is starving to death or on the verge of starvation? How's that possible? So we're growing and we're farming over there and we're doing what we can, not only to feed people, but to teach people how to farm, how to grow their own food. Unfortunately, we're fighting people like Bill Gates who are sending in those stinking Monsanto GMO seeds, genetically modified. They're killing them with food. Oh, here, look at this big old ear of corn. Yeah, howdy. You know, sit down, have a little. It's sick, it's sinister, and I know everybody loves Bill Gates, but I'm sorry, that man, you know what? Christian love. It's not for me to judge. God, change him or change me. One of the two. Whatever your will, let it be done. That's okay, Bob. You cracked me up, buddy. The End of Privacy. Oh, I've got a link from Mad Magazine. I can't wait to see this. I grew up with Mad Magazine. Me and Alfred, I didn't have many friends as a child because I was, you know, I've told you, grossly overweight, and my head looked like it was going to explode at any moment. Until I turned 14 and found out about cigarettes and pot and girls, and man, all of a sudden I was skinny as a rail. But let's see what the cover of this magazine. Now, Bob, I'm going to have to, don't embarrass me with any nudity here. But I trust you. Mad's War on Privacy cover. View to a shill department. Here's a sneak, emphasis on sneak, at the cover of Mad number 523. This issue goes on sale August 27th, so be sure to keep an eye out for it. It features our spoofs of Homeland, that would be the TV show, and the Williams-Sonoma catalog. And if you know what that is, you got too much money. The influence of 50 Shades of Grey on modern weddings. And 9 reasons technology sucks. Plus Spy vs. Spy. Oh, I grew up with that. The Mad Strip Club, Planet Tad. Those I'm not familiar with. The Fundalini pages. The fold-in. Oh, I always loved the fold-in, where you folded the back page and it turned it into a completely different picture. Aragone's Mad Look at the Theater, and so much more. You know, I guess I didn't even realize they were still actively publishing this magazine. I think I'll go out and buy a copy today. Click here for the print edition. Oh, and here to get Mad on your iPad. Oh, for all of you who have a tablet or even a smartphone, there is a free app called Flipboard. Now we're going to come back to the Mad cover story. We're going to do the big reveal in a moment. Let's see what happens on a computer if I type in Flipboard. Well, there's their logo right there. So let's giddy up and go over to, now, Flipboard is your personal magazine. Once you download the free app, it's going to give you all kinds of categories and all kinds of other stuff where you sit down each day and you read your own hand-curated newspaper/magazine. In other words, imagine a magazine that only has stuff in it that you're interested in. If you're not interested in growing organic vegetables, guess what? Then your copy has nothing about that. If you're interested in hacking, then it's got that. If you're interested in politics, it's got that. If you're interested in exercise, it's got that. If you hate peanut butter, there will be no peanut butter in your copy. And every couple of hours, it will refresh the front page. And, I mean, you could just get lost for days on Flipboard. Now, we have a, how do I word this? Once you go to Flipboard, I want you to search for CFRN. Now, this is after you download the app. This is when you're telling the app all the different stuff you're interested in. You want to make sure that you tell them you're interested in CFRN Emini Trader. See, we have our own magazine. Here's how it really works. As I peruse my Flipboard a couple times a day, when I find an article that really stands out, that I think you would absolutely love. I flip it into the CFRN Emini Trader. In fact, it might actually be called the CFRN Emini Trader. Check one or the two and you'll find it. Okay, and subscribe to it. It's absolutely free. And so you and I will be on the same page an awful lot on different articles, and it will be points for discussion here on the radio show. I know that some of you have already subscribed, and when you open your Flipboard, you see the most recent posts that I have flipped into the CFRN Emini Trader. If it all sounds a little confusing, just do it. It's very intuitive and you'll figure it out in no time, and you can always change and add, and if all of a sudden you become interested in tying your own flies, right, as a fly fisherman, then you can go in and add to the list of stuff you're interested in fly fishing or tying flies, and bang, you'll start getting articles when you open your Flipboard. And remember, it's free. The app is free. I've got it on my iPhone, which doesn't work anymore. I know you're sick of hearing that. I've got it on my iPad, and when I open my iPad, usually the first thing I do, often the only thing I do, is go to Flipboard. Because rather than roaming the internet to see what's happening, I've already aggregated everything that matters to me in one place. I mean, the person that came up with the idea for the flip, it was just pure genius. Everything I'm interested in, all in one place. I get lots of stuff about mindfulness and, so if you subscribe to the CFRN Emini Trader, that will become a part of your Flipboard, and you'll know what Dwayne's reading and what Dwayne finds interesting. And sometimes I'll go a couple days without flipping anything, and some days I'll sit down and flip 10 things in a row. So you never know what you're going to get, but you don't have to worry about it, because when you go to your Flipboard, boom, there it is. Under Twitter feed, put in twitter.com/CFRN. That way you'll know what I'm saying on Twitter. Under Facebook, that one's kind of hard to tell you, so I'm going to put it in the show notes. Facebook.com Emini Futures Live Trading. Okay, you'll want to put that in your Flipboard, and you'll want to put the twitter.com/CFRN in your Flipboard. Okay? It's cool stuff, man. Now, back to Mad Magazine for the big reveal. Dun, 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 dun. Homeland, Planet Tad, 50 Shades. Oh, that's good. That's good. Thanks for sharing that. Special War on Privacy issue. Let's see if am I logged into this thing? No, I don't. Oh, I need to sign in. I'll just use my Twitter account. Okay, so how come my picture didn't show up? Maybe because I haven't posted anything yet. Great cover, guys. Good to know you're still not worrying after all these years. Come do a live interview on our daily radio show at CFRN.net. Email me, support@CFRN.net. Oh, I'm that other live fire thing that dropped down. I'm a member of that too. Maybe that's why my picture didn't show up. Anyway. Post comment. Okay. Beautiful profile. How come you don't show my picture? Okay. All right. Let's not get too hung up on that. You know who I am. Talk to me. Thanks, Bob. You're the best. I had a hard copy of The Creature from Jekyll Island and wore out the pages. Has Dwayne Jett done any further writings after his book? Yes, if you go to his website, classicalcapital.com, which is, oh Lord, it's one of these. And if you scroll down, the last article he wrote, he calls them essays. He wrote this one August 8th of this year. You can click right here and read the article in its entirety. Okay? All right. And always good to hear from you, Iris. With all due respect, weren't houses selling at ridiculous prices in 2006? Doesn't any market hit a place where the demand is gone, like tulips? You know, I think they had leveled off in 06. Maybe not. Yeah, David, I was going to bring that up, but then I thought maybe it was better that I didn't. And I think maybe you can understand. I mean, I want to tell my audience, but I also want to help my friend. So that's why I didn't mention that. But you know what? If he didn't want to sell it there, he wouldn't put it there. And I've made a promise to my audience that I'm always going to be transparent with you. There is a version of The Fruits of Graft on Kindle for $9.99. So if you don't want to spend the $25, that puts a dent in your budget, and you're a Kindle person, go search that title on Kindle, and you can download and be reading that book today for $9.99. Michael G says, I haven't read the book, but we have been teaching this for the last 25 years. The biggest challenge, now there's our banker, biggest challenge is getting people to get involved in learning the truth. People are ignorant and apathetic, which is very sad. Well, we say that with all loving kindness, but wake up, folks. Come on. You get one shot on planet Earth, at least that's my belief system. Maybe you're coming back as a dog. I don't know. I don't plan to. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for that mansion that he said he was going to build for me. Call me naive, but that's what I believe. And so wake up, smell the coffee, and while you're on planet Earth, you know, whether you're coming back or not, if that's your belief, do something to make this world a better place while you're here. And unless you have all the facts, you can't do that. I have a question, so we know all this information. What can we do since they hold all the power? You know, David, that's a question, of course, that's on my mind and on my heart. Every time Dane comes on, every time Wayne comes on, you know, how do I make a difference? And both of them give me the same answer, is that if we can make everyone we know, friends, family, co-workers, if we can make them as aware of the problem as we are, then perhaps the world can change. Dane stressed on Monday that any friends or family that you have in the military, if you can get the message to them that he really believes we can begin to affect change from that level. So my godson, who flies for the Air Force, every time I try to have some type of political conversation with him, when he comes home on leave for Christmas, whatever, he says, yeah, Uncle D, I'm sorry. With my security clearance and my commander-in-chief, I really can't talk about that. And then I give him a wedgie, and I do that thing where you rub the knuckles on their head. What is that called? I don't know. But anyway, no, I don't give him wedgies. He's a big boy. He give me wedgies. But he's what a great kid. We watched him grow up. It was an honor. It is an honor to be his godparents and to see him serving our country right now. Noogies. That's it, noogies. See, I know, I told you we have the smartest audience in talk radio. Noogies. Wayne says, click on picture to enlarge. Oh, Skip, no, I did not see that email about the chronic back pain. Now, I ground through my emails pretty good last night. Would you mind sending it again? Because I sure would love to see it. I guess you were asking me to blow up the picture of the What Me Worry. I guess that's about as big as I can get it. I'll have fun writing about that tonight. Okay, all right, let's get this show over with. Okay, where'd we leave off? We've covered the S&P. We have not done the Dow. Let's get on over there. Now, these are last week's weekly trading zones. I will reveal the new zones, this week's zones, on tomorrow's radio program. Okay? Okay. All right. Let's get this over here. Well, first, let's just go ahead and take care of this 2,100 hours of business. Right there, a little red candle. Because that's the time we sent out the alert. The alert said on the Dow, be a buyer at 460 and a seller at 390. Did 460 happen? No. Did 390 happen? Why, yes, it did. Okay, sell. $18,390. Okay. And from 390 we dropped all the way down to 24. So I'm going to take the easy route and go 90 minus 24. 66 points. $66 points available per contract. Okay. Now, important prices, important areas are almost always tested. It hasn't quite tested it yet. So this may be all we get. Now, the Dow pays $5 a point. So you need 20 points to reach the daily goal if you're a partner and you're working the 2420 blueprint. The 2420 blueprint is designed to take you from 1 to 20 contracts over a period of 24 months. No get rich quick, slow and steady. You got to pass a 10-day test before you even go live. Then you go live with one contract, and then you stay with one contract until you've increased your account balance by $2,000 at the rate of $100 a day. I know it doesn't give you goosebumps, but it's reality. It can actually happen. You can follow the rules and still be at 4 contracts inside of 6 months. At 4 contracts, that $100 move, that little 20-point move, okay, from 390, the first 30-minute candle dropped to 75, so that was 15 points. So you had to hang in there until the end of this candle, and then that gave you your 20 points for the day. Okay? But as I was saying, inside, you can, following the rules, you can be at 4 contracts inside of 6 months, possibly more, but I'm being very conservative. I think I'm being realistic. That's $400 a day gross. You don't, that doesn't mean you got to go trade, make 100 in this market and 100 in this market and 100 in the, no, you make 20 points in the Dow, and if you're at 4 contracts, then that's $400. Well, wait a minute, I thought you said 20 points at $5 a point. Right, that's $100 times 4 contracts is $400. Times a 5-day week, that's $2,000 gross before commissions. Okay? Even if you're the most mediocre of traders, you shouldn't give back more than half of what you made in commissions. Hopefully a lot less. But worst case, let's say you did give back half in commissions. Okay, in 6 months you've learned a job skill or a set of skills that enabled you to make 50 grand a year. Now that's after commissions where you gave back half of what you earned. It's a $100,000 a year job, but if you're just mediocre and you give back half of what you make in commissions, that's still 50 grand a year. If you wanted to live in some place like Costa Rica or Ecuador, do you realize the quality of life you could have on 50 grand a year? It's staggering. It's absolutely staggering. If you've not been to this website, you're going there now. It's called International living. Now, this comes with a huge caveat. They want to sell you a whole lot of stuff, okay? Like, let's say you're thinking about moving to Ecuador. All right, they've got a deal where they'll take you down and they'll show you around and they'll help you find a place, and that's all very expensive. So read the site, read the magazine, glean the information, and then be a do-it-yourselfer, okay? My wife and I, when we went to check out Ecuador and Peru to see if that's a place we wanted to live, we got a lot of information from International Living. We were able to read forums written by people who are actually living there, but we didn't pay the $5,000 for the, guided tour and seminar. Now, if you got plenty of money and you want to do that, that's fine. But we have always been sort of pioneers at heart. We just, all of our family and friends just watch us in amazement, and they're like, we can't believe the stuff you guys do. Well, come on. You only get one shot here on planet Earth. I think I already said that. Make the most of it. Do something. Have children at a certain age, like we did. Boy, that'll throw a whammy in your mojo. Rent on this quiet, laid-back Caribbean island from $600 a month. Wow. Okay, so let's see, 12 times. So if you're making $50,000 a year, your living expenses, a roof over your head, $7,200. So you've still got, I don't know, $42,000 left for your food and your savings and your snorkeling or whatever else you might want to do on this laid-back Caribbean island. But go to the site. Don't spend your money on all the stuff. You don't need it. Just go read the forums, world rankings, earn overseas. I mean, there's some really good stuff written by people who are actually doing it. You've heard me talk about it for years, and my wife and I, we were pretty much set on moving to Ecuador, and then all of a sudden God said, not quite yet. I need you to raise this young boy and this young girl. And we said, okay. But now we figured out that we can take them with us. I can take the radio station with me. Yes, it will require me being off air for a day or two in transport, but I can be, I could pick like a holiday weekend to make the move, or maybe Christmas week or something like that. I don't think it'll happen this Christmas. And it's really hard to do because my son is just excelling in the whole ROTC thing. He's flourishing. My wife's getting him because we plan to send him to school on a musical scholarship, which his teacher says he'll absolutely qualify for. But my wife is getting him a private tutor. I mean, he's smoking hot on the sax as it is, but we're talking about this boy is potentially the next Kenny G, okay? Yeah, he's that good, all right? So I'll brag on my daughter tomorrow. But go to International Living. Don't believe that or that. And just have a good time. And let your imagination wander. All the things that people tell you, oh, you can't do that. Yes, you can. You can wake up every day with a smile on your face and go to bed at night with a grin on your lips. I'm telling you. LG, baby. Life's good. Okay? I know you just got stopped out on the last trade. I did too. But I'm making the best of it, all right? You don't know how crushed I was. I almost cried on air, but it's all right. I'm going to be okay. Just knowing that you care That's all that matters. All right, so what are we on? Gold, 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 gold. GGCG, buy 16, sell 11. All right. We got both, I think. Yep. 16 is going to be about here-ish. On the nose, did you see that? I might could do this for a living. I don't know, but we'll see. 5, 13, 16. That's a heck of a thing to say 11 years later. By 13, 16. Now the first swing high, the first 30-minute candle, took you all the way up to 13, 18, 20. That's $220 per contract in the first 30 minutes. The gold is only $100 a day. $220 per contract available. Okay? So I'm going to put that over here like that. And then I'm going to go to the swing high here, which is 13, 19, 20. And that's going to be $320 per contract available. We never get out at the exact swing high or the exact swing low. Why? Because we trail our stop. $320 per contract available. Okay? And then important prices, important areas are almost always tested. And we put in a swing high at 13, 18, 50. So that's $250 per contract available. $250. Well, I made a mess of that. $250 per contract available. Okay. And then over here we were selling off. Now you see this? You might have, you know, if you got into this, it was worth 170. I don't think you would have. But if you did, there's 170 per contract available. Okay? All right. Now let's go to the sell side. Sitting here at 11, now you like the drop. I'm not sure what that question means, Brian, but if you break it down for me. Gold. Oh, yeah, I love it. Let's see. The sell side of gold last night was to sell 13.11. Oh, you're asking me, do I like it to sell again? Yeah, I think I do. Let me just take a closer peek. Sell, because that is, you know, what you hear me say over and over. Important prices, important areas are almost always tested. My only concern, and it's minor, okay, the first move down took us to 1306.90. So let's round up to 1307, and that gives us $400 per contract available. The fact that gold is so quiet right now is a little, see the tiny candles? If it drops below again, I mean, if you're not already in, maybe you got in here. If you spent time with me, you know where your stop is. You're not risking much on this trade at all. And so if it dips again, I would sell it. If you're already in it, I'd stay with it. Because again, your risk based on my rules, not much. So good luck with that. Okay, bonds. Trades went out at 2100 right there on the little doji. Let's drag this over. Okay. Now, on bonds, be a buyer at 72.06 and a seller at 71.13. Okay. Buyer at 72.06. Boy, that didn't happen. Or did it? Nope. The swing high was 72.03. Yeah. So the buy side, no trigger. On the sell side, which was again 171.13. 171.13. That actually did trigger. Now, I think I remember telling you yesterday, oh, see, 2 days ago we had a $1,000 per contract move, and so I said yesterday's action was to somewhat be expected because after a big move, we often see a day of consolidation. It's turned into 2 days of consolidation, really, but it is what it is. Now, let's put our line in at 171.13, where we just got smacked. There it is, sell 171.13. Now I know some people watch the videos or even in the audience and go, boy, if I'd made that move, I sure wouldn't be showing it to people. Well, I mean, it's what really happened. So I don't know. Now, was the swing low here 171.13? Yeah, it was. Now, if you're just selling on a stop, then you got filled and you got stopped out, okay? If you were selling on a stop limit, you may or may not have gotten filled. If you don't know how to place a stop limit order, if you want to sell on a stop limit or buy on a stop limit, call Michael, 949-42 Emini. He'll give you the blow-by-blow instructions, or you could call Bert at 866-928-3310. Now, Bert is our DT Pro guy. He's not a he's not a Ninja Trader guy. So if you have Ninja Trader questions about how to sell on a stop on Ninja Trader, you might be able to ask tonight in the partner workshop, and one of the partners would probably tell you how it's done. If it can be done there, I'm sure it can. You know, in all honesty, I got to write stop out. Now, there's only one stop out here. You say, well, yeah, but it touched again there and again there. It did. But it was after all those touches that you got stopped out. So you were only triggered in once, okay, until over here, and this was a stone cold walk away. No way, Jose, sorry, Jose, that you would take that trade, okay? Now, these are all things that I will teach you how to read, how to spot, and how to handle if you become a Concierge Trade Alert client. Now, I think I explained to you yesterday that during your 1 week trial, you also get to come hang out in the live trading room get to use our indicators. And then if you actually become a Concierge Trade Alert client, you also have the privileges of a partner for 90 days. But at the end of 90 days, you've got to pay the quarterly fee again. Now, if you go through 2 quarterly cycles and you're enjoying it, we do offer an annual rate that saves you $1,000. So, I mean, if it's working for you, then you really want to consider the annual rate, okay? And I'll be happy to talk with you about that off air or tonight in the workshop. Just ask, call, email. And every day on the show, I break down every one of the trades. I dissect them, what happened, everything. And so if you're new to the show, you can go to emini.cfrn.net and watch as many radio shows and as many recaps as you want. And you can fast forward to the part where you see me doing the recap, okay? You don't have to grind through the entire show with all of my quote-unquote jokes, and you can just get right to the heart of things, okay? emini.cfrn.net, okay? All right. After bonds, crude, we already did. Soybeans. Now, Michael rocked the soybeans this morning in the live trading room. He really did. Is that 21? That's 21.30. You know, I should be able to click that and drag it, but I can't. So I'm not going to waste my time trying. 2100 hours. Soybeans open at 8 p.m. Eastern. The other markets open at 6. Just FYI. Okay? And so last night on soybeans, our recommendation was as follows. ZSSX6 by 954, be a seller at 42. So being a buyer at 54, that did exactly, I know this means nothing to you, but this little thing that I use ain't nothing but a thing. When I put the trade on, I remember specifically saying, Dwayne, if that triggers, there's only going to be 2 points room to run. And those of you who are in the live trading room this morning, you kept hearing me remind Michael that 956 is probably where soybeans would come to a stop. You guys remember that? All of you that were in the live trading room. Because Michael had a long trade on, and I said, brother, look for resistance at 956. Last night we said buy 954. And as I recall, the swing high was 956 and a quarter. So it gave you your 2 points and a quarter. 2.25 points available per contract. Okay. All right. On the sell side, we said to sell 42. That happened. Let's take a gander at that. Okay. All right. Now the swing low of this candle was 942. So again, if you were selling on a stop limit, maybe you got filled, maybe you didn't. If you're just simply selling on a stop, you got filled, you got stopped out. Okay? So I'm just going to call it a stop out because I don't know how you tried to enter. If you entered here, price dropped from, I better write this down. Okay, over here we were trying to sell 942. Okay. So had this went 1 1/4 points, unless you were very aggressive with your risk management. In other words, if you were trading it the way we trade in the live trading room, you got stopped out at break even. If you actually, I take that back. I totally take that back. There's too much risk to take that trade. Now, this trade, depending upon your risk profile, that's iffy. And so far, we made it down to 940.50. If we get down to 940, wait a minute. Oh, the low of this was 940. Okay. So it did give up 2 points, but that doesn't change the fact that it was a walkaway. Well, actually it does. You guys got me so confused. This was the walkaway. This went down and actually got back above the trigger and came down again. So it actually gave up 2 points. 2 points is what you need. Oh, this candle closed, opened here, and continued down. So I stand corrected, mijo. The low on this was 941.25. No, the low was 938. 938. So that's 4 points. Now 4 points at $50 per point is $200 per contract. You only need 2 points. This is viable if you have the risk tolerance. Okay. In Q, a little heartbreaker. We didn't get stopped out on the NQ on the daily double, but I should show you what happened on Crude. It was just evil. Evil, evil, evil. I'll show you before I go. But we're on the Concierge right now. Okay. So that's where the vertical line goes, 2100 hours. Okay. And on the NASDAQ, the Concierge instructions were to be a buyer at 75 and a seller at 70. Did we hit 75? Oh yeah. We got our head handed to us on that. Yikes. Well, let's break it down and see what really happened. 47.75. Man. What was I thinking? wasn't. Sometimes I have the endless reruns that CNBC plays at night, streaming in the background, and I think it makes me take my eye off the ball. Okay. Hi. We got stomp out. Stomp out. If you haven't read The Truth About Emini Futures Trading, Google CFRN, The Truth About Emini Futures Trading, and you'll see that it happens to the best of us. Not that I'm the best. I don't mean it like that. I just mean, so stomp out, stomp out. Oh, I don't know when the last time I had to type that, but I hope it'll be the last time. Now the next one's a walk away. Thanks God. Oh. Yeah, I've always called the NASDAQ my arch nemesis. See, on the daily double, I wish I could give you Russell trades, but some people don't have Russell data. That's what's so frustrating. I could give you such beautiful trades on the Russell, but some people don't have the data. And so if they pay for the daily double and half the trades I put out in the course of a week are on the Russell, one, because it's a great trading vehicle, and two, because the margin is only $500 per contract, it's not fair to all those new people who don't have Russell data. And with the daily double, you don't get to pick and choose which markets. You simply get the trades that look the best to me. So, I'm sorry. I gotta laugh, man. Not because, I mean, certainly if my actions cost you money, I find no pleasure in that. But if I let myself get depressed and beat up, I'll never be able to help you again. Okay? This is about as bad as it gets. The big warning signal to me should have been how close the buy and sells were. Okay? Because this was just, we just got chopped to death. That's the bottom line. Okay, what was the number? NASDAQ sell 4770. Okay. You might want to just be like me and just forget the NASDAQ ever existed. All right, so you trigger here and you get down to 4762. Is that true? From 4770 to 4762. That's 8 points, 7.75. See, there is redemption for those that don't, for those that persevere. 7.75 points available. NASDAQ pays $20 a point. Okay. Back above the trigger, down we go again. This time we get down to a low of 47.51. So 70 minus 51 is 19 points. So there was 19 points available. Doesn't mean you got 19 points because we never get out at the exact swing low. Why? Because we trail our stop, which means we almost always leave something on the table. On this one, we got down to 59.50. So let's just round that puppy up to 59.50. Let's round it up to 60. 70 minus 60 is 10. So it was 10.5 points. Okay, without the round. We won't round it because I could do it in my head. 10.5 points available. Okay. Oh, who's messaging me now? Apparently nobody. Okay. Oh, unless that was the other phone. All right. So that's the NASDAQ. We've seen better days in the NASDAQ, but it is what it is. Hey, Russell, last week's weekly trading zones. Did you know, I'll show you a little trick if you're a DT Pro player, trader. Hold down the shift key and click Russell. Now guess what? I can drag them both at the same time in tandem. And then if you use a scroll bar, they're still connected. Now the second you click the screen, they're no longer connected. Okay? That's just another fun fact to know and tell. Okay? All right, so Russell, 2,100 hours right there. Okay. On the Russell, be a buyer at 51, a seller at 43. 51 never happened. 43 came through like a champ. Not a chump, but a champ. Not a chimp, but a champ. All right, so 1243. Sell 1243. Now, this alert. Now, okay, I was just talking about the Russell data and the daily double. That's a new product. See, the Russell, the Concierge Trade Alerts, I did a 3-year public beta before we rolled it out as a product. So I've got people that have been trading my numbers on the Russell for years. So I know those people are paying for the Russell data. So I can't take the Russell away from them after all these years. From 1243, look at how last week's, today's Wednesday, and last week's zones are still doing the job. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Now, the Russell pays $100 a point. So you see right here where we touch 1242, that's your goal for the day right there. $100 per point per contract. $100 per point per contract. Okay. All right. Then important prices, important areas are almost always tested. So we get back above the trigger, and here comes the money shot. This one takes us all the way down to the center of last week's zone. The swing low is 33.50. Okay. So 43 to 33 is $10. So from 43 to 33, you know what's coming. I wonder if I got a sound file that says gee whiz. That would be fun. Oh my goodness, it's almost time for my next mentoring session, or for my mentoring session. Yibbity, 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 yibbity. Let me go to, let me search. Let me just search and see if there is gee whiz. No. Not in my app, but oh, I didn't hit search. One notification found. Huh.
Gee whiz, what happened that time?
Did you hear that? Listen.
Gee whiz, what happened that time?
Oh, this gets added to the list. I don't care if I'm, no, I do care if I'm late to my next meeting, but I'm still going to add it to the list. How do I do that? Come on. Work with me here. I know there's a way to add it to the list. Oh, I got to download it. And I got to add it to the list. Duh. Add to CFRN. And then hit download. Just like that. So from now on, every time we have a trade that pays $1,000 per contract, you're going to hear,
Gee whiz, what happened that time?
what happened is anytime you make $1,000 per contract in one instrument in one day, what do? You take your money and walk away. Now, I don't care if the market calls your name and says, hey, that's not fair. Come back. You got to give us a chance to win our money back. And you casually look over your shoulder and you go, when? Sorry, I don't gamble. And then you walk out like Cary Grant. Oh yeah, you do. 1K per contract available. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. God is good. Life's good, man. I'm telling you. Go to sleep with a smile on your face. Wake up with a grin on your lips. Know that you serve the God of the impossible. And whatever you're up against, it could be, you know, it can be relationships. It can be your kids. It could be your financials. It could be money you owe the IRS. I mean, it could be anything. It could be a prescription drug problem. Everybody's got different problems of different flavors and varieties and colors and all of that. Now, you can come clean. You can confide in, if you're married, your spouse, okay? Now, this is where the rubber meets the road. They're either going to condemn you and leave you, and you're going to realize just how evil you are, and that's all you can do, is try to pick up the pieces and move on. But if you're truly blessed to be married to a godly man or a godly woman, then they're going to look at you and go, you blankety blank 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 I'm so glad you told me because I knew something was wrong. Now let's figure out how we can fix this. And then guess what? The weight is off you. Now you're free to pursue whatever passion God has placed in your heart. Yeah, you've created wreckage in your life. You got to clean it up. Okay? But we serve not only the God of the impossible, but the God of second chances and third and fourth. Now, I don't suggest you push him, okay? But as long as you come with a broken and contrite spirit and truly repent, and repent means to turn and go the other way. Oh God, I screwed up again. But if you can find it in your heart to just forgive me one more time, I promise you I'm going to work so hard not to ever make that mistake again. I'll probably screw something else up, but that one, I promise you, I'll try so hard. Just please give me another chance. And if you happen to fall into the category of the spouse that says get out, get out. Perhaps time can heal the wound. If you are of the variety who has the spouse that says, why didn't you tell me sooner? And you know that together we can accomplish anything. If you've got that kind of spouse, you're one of the luckiest human beings on planet Earth. And you better get on your knees and thank the God of creation that he ordained for you to find someone with that depth of character. Now, again, time heals all wounds. So, if you got to go for a while, go. But don't go make matters worse. Don't go and tell yourself life's not worth living. Don't go and take Ecclesiastes 1 literally. Go and work on yourself. Whatever your mistakes you made, whatever you did wrong, go work on yourself. Become a better you. When that spouse who invested his or her, the majority of their life in you, see that you are a changed human being by the grace of God, it might take 3 weeks, 3 months, it could take 3 years. In the scope of eternity, it's a twinkling of an eye. And while it's painful and while it's hurt and while you're filled with regret, don't waste a day in despair. Rise up and do something, somewhere, some way, somehow, to be a blessing in somebody's life today. And whatever you screwed up, get started fixing it. All right? Okay. Enough preaching. Look at what we might get a secondary trigger. This late in the day, I'd be a little cautious. So I'm just saying. Okay? All right. Now, earlier I was pointing out, and I didn't get a chance to, how can I save this for tonight? Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll take my snipping tool. And I'll snip this little boy. And I'll save it as come on, I got 8 minutes to my mentoring session. Come on. Under pictures, I'll make it the US dollar. US US dollar, 08/31/16. 08/31/16. Okay. All right. Now, I don't think that I can paste this in Notepad. So in Notepad, I'm going to say C snip of US dollar. And then I'll post it somewhere where you can actually go and see it. Now, the whole point of the chart was this. This is the US dollar on a daily chart, okay? Now, it's not that often you see us break out a daily chart on this show because we deal with short-term trading. But what I wanted you to see is that from the most recent swing high on July 25th to the most recent swing low on August 18th, the dollar has put in a pretty good rally here over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 trading days, okay? Pretty good, all right? I drew my fib from the high to the low. Typically, people draw their fibs from the low to the high so they can get retracement levels, okay? Well, I got retracement levels, but going in the other direction. We bounced off the 62% retracement in the US dollar today to the tick. Not only did we hit the 62% reverse fib, we also hit a double top. See right here, we spent 3 days at this level. Is it any surprise that we get rejected at this level at a 62% reverse fib and a double top? Huh? You with me? This is meaningful. Could this send the... Okay, leg, retrace, leg, deeper retracement. Could this be setting us up with tomorrow morning with the unemployment and the non-farm payroll? Could this be setting us up for a big leg down in the dollar? I think it's possible. We would hope to find support here or here. Okay? Now, how do you trade this? That's a little bit tricky. But you got potential support here. Your big support's going to come here. You see this low and this 62, 50, 38, this 24% reverse fib. Okay? So here's what I'm going to say. Consider, I don't have time for all this. Consider selling the dollar at at 95.75. $95.75. First target, $95.50. second target. $95 even. Extreme exit. I mean, if the dollar really fell apart, 94. Okay, so now what I got to do is I got to shoot another picture of this with the instructions. So I'm going to go snip, new, file, save as, $08. I should have just clicked save, not save as. 08/31/16. It's going to say this already exists. Oh, I must have worded it differently. Huh. Save as $08/31/16. Save. Already exists. You want to replace it? No. Okay. All right. So we've got that saved. All right. Now we can wipe the board. And we can go to Crude really quick. Okay. And I can open up Telegram. I can't show it to you because there's still a trade in play, but I don't think it's going to trigger. But we'll see. Okay. We wanted, now this came out at 7:40 my time, so on the chart that's going to be 10:40. Oh, I gotta get this on 30 minutes. No, I better put it on a 4-tick range. Just so it makes sense to people. So let's go back to 10:40. Dwayne. Okay, so at 10:40, I said consider selling crude at 45.30. $45.30, where are you? I'm going to do it this way to make it easy. $45.30. Okay. We triggered 45.30. It's not a weekly trading zone, but anyway, we triggered 45.30 and we dropped down to 45.27. Our stop loss on the trade was 10 ticks. So from 45.30 to 45.40. This was our stop loss right here. So we got stopped out by a few ticks, and then our first target was 45.20. And then our next target was 45.10. I still have little, I tried to clean up the throw up, but there's still some crumbs on my desk. And then I said extreme target 44.75. We only made it to 44.85. Nope, I take that back. Oh, I just threw up again. Just a little bit in my mouth. So it'll be okay. So we had a trade that took us from 45.30 to 44.75. That's $550 per contract. But we got stopped out by a couple ticks. Life happens, man. All right, I got to run because my student is waiting, and I don't like to keep people waiting. I love you guys. If you're not a partner, what's wrong with you? Tonight's a partners workshop, so please become a partner so you can be in the workshop. The amount of money that it costs you to become a partner compared to what you'll spend chasing your tail around the internet like Michael and I did for years. I mean, we spent years and tens of thousands of dollars trying to learn how to trade. Well, the good news is we figured it out, and we'll teach you for a fraction of what it cost us to teach ourselves through trial and error, and we'll teach you almost everything we know inside of 90 days. I mean, we're not just talking about potentially higher income. We're talking about the freedom to live and work wherever you please. On the blog, I have a list of the 20 top spots with the best internet. I mean, all the heavy lifting's been done. All you got to do is pull the plug and say, man, I'm becoming a partner. These guys got it going on. Because see, if you decide to go live in Ecuador or Costa Rica, you'll still be a part of this community. You'll still be connected at the hip. You'll still be in the live trading room every day if you want to be. In the workshops on Thursday night, taking advantage of the Concierge Trade Alerts. I don't know. I'll tell you what, if Michael and I had had this available to us when we were stumbling around in the darkness back in 2006, probably we wouldn't be having this conversation today. But God had a plan. And so apparently we were part of it, and apparently you were part of it. So now you just got to decide, do I really want to trade for a living, or is it just one of those, dreams that I know is never going to come to pass? Okay? It's up to you. You have to fish or cut bait. You know what I'm saying? We're not going anywhere. By the grace of God, we're in our second decade. I plan to do at least another decade because I got these kids to raise. But after that, I don't know. So if you did not receive an email with an exact list of everything you get and the exact special offer that we have going on because of Labor Day, email Michael, support@cfrn.net. Better yet, call him, 949-42-EMINI, and say, Michael, before you slam the door today, I want in. We'll get you your user ID, we'll get you your password, and we will get you into the workshop tonight. You own the indicator set for life. You'll get the weekly trading zones every Monday morning. And you'll have this entire Labor Day weekend, if you're not going anywhere, to study over 1,000 hours of live training and live trading videos. No, you don't need to watch 1,000 hours of video to use our strategy. Watch a couple videos, play around with the indicators, ask a few questions, and it is, by every measure that I know, the simplest trading method on the internet, okay, or in existence. I mean, it's just so simple. The software does the work. It finds the underlying rhythm of the market, and then it gives you your entry to the tick. The bracket order automatically places your stop loss. We never risk more than 8 ticks on a trade in the live trading room. And it also establishes your hard target with one click. All you got to do once you learn the strategy is show up every day and put on and take off trades until you reach your daily goal. And then the toughest part is once you reach your goal, put the mouse away. Okay? All right. I wish I had more time, but I'm out of time. I'm over time. I'm past time. I've expired. Reached my expiration date. Thanks so much for tuning in. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with His mercy and with His grace. And I'll see you at the bell.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-host, and guest. To learn more about trading Emini Futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any securities. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.
Hey, trader, what if I told you? Hey, trader, what if I told you there was an indicator set that worked well in all markets, from gold to soybeans to E-minis? What if I told you it worked well across all time frames? Would you believe me? You don't have to. Test drive our platform and indicators of live data for a full week and see how CFRN can change your trading forever. No strings attached, no credit card required. Get started today at www.cfrn.net.
If you make a happy marriage your number one priority, you will never have it. If you make your number one priority a successful career, you never have it, because you will be killed by the anxiety. People say, I want to make this moment last forever. Go ahead, try. And you will see that you've polluted it in far worse ways than if you realized this isn't ultimate. Try to be happy. Make it your main objective in life. And let me put it another way. Is God committed to your happiness? Absolutely. And yet, if you come to Him to make you happy, you're coming to a false God. If you say, well, I'm interested in this Christianity, and maybe I will come and bite on it if I can see that it will help me reach my goals and make me happy. You're not coming to a God, you're coming to a butler. Listen, either God exists or He doesn't exist. If He doesn't exist, you can't come to Him for happiness, right? But if He does exist, you have to realize you must come to Him because He created you, and therefore He owns you. And to not come to Him and obey Him would be an injustice. And so the only way to come to God rightly, The real God is to come without conditions and to say, forget happiness, I owe you everything. There's only two ways to come to God. You can come to God on the basis of saying, I owe you everything, you owe me nothing. Or you can come on the basis of saying, I'm going to come to you, but then you owe me a lot. And the only way for you to know on what basis you have come is to see what happens in the bad seasons. When things go wrong, do you get upset and you say, what good did it do me to come to church? What good did it do me to read the Bible? You know what that shows? You came to him on the basis, I will do this and this as you owe me. In other words, my number one priority is happiness. And I'm using God as a way to get there. And as opposed to saying, my number one priority is to serve God, and if happiness happens, great. To the degree it happens, great. And here's the irony. The less you're concerned about your happiness, and the more you're concerned about him, the happier you get. This is not a trick. You can't say, oh, great, I got it. I come to God and I say this and this and this. You cannot bandy with the omnipotent and omniscient Lord of the universe. Aim at heaven, get earth thrown in. Aim at earth, you get neither. Happiness is a byproduct. Lastly, and finally, happiness is possible. Well, why don't most people have it? Because A, we look for it in circumstances, and B, because we go after it directly and we make it the non-negotiable. We say, I'd like to serve God, or I'd like to be a good citizen, or I'd like to obey the Ten Commandments, but the non-negotiable is my happiness. As long as the non-negotiable is the happiness, you'll never get it. It has to be a byproduct of making something else non-negotiable. It has to work that way. Lastly then, finally, we'll see here that happiness is not something that happens to you, it's something you choose. You notice it starts off with a negative. Blessed is the man who does not. That proves that if you want to be happy, you have to first see things that you're doing wrong and make a change of allegiance. If you look carefully at the verbs, walk, blessed is the man who does not, stand in the... It talks about listening to the counsel of the ungodly, which talks about the intellect. And then it talks about walking in the way of sinners, which is the behavior. And then it talks about sitting in the seat of the scornful. And in the Semitic language, where you sit is where you belong. If you sit with the men, if you sit with the Greeks, if you sit with the Romans, if you sit with the slaves, that's who you belong to. That's what the word sit means usually in these contexts. And so what it's really trying to say is, first, do you want to be happy? Let's look at it negatively and positively. Negatively, you've got to find out who you belong to. Everybody has to be converted, which means at some point you have to see that something else besides God is what owns you. Something else owns you. Other things own you. Christian friends, when Paul says we're perplexed but we're not driven to despair, we're struck down but we're not crushed, you know what he's saying? He's saying, I am like the godly man. I am subject to seasons, but I've got roots, which mean, of course, if my career is about to go through a new barrier and yet suddenly it gets snatched, my success gets snatched away, if I'm at the altar and suddenly the person I'm supposed to marry doesn't even show up, am I supposed to be happy about that? No, why? I should be downcast because these are desires that God gave me, to be happily married, to be vocationally fulfilled. But Paul says there's a difference between making your spouse trusting in your spouse and making your spouse your trust, right? There's a difference between wanting something and having it own you, sitting in it, putting all of your weight on it. That's when you sit in a chair. And if there's anybody here who says, I've been a Christian for a long time and I know that I'm not a fundamentally and consistently happy person, then you have to ask yourself this question. What piper are you really dancing to? Who calls the tunes in your life? What owns you? What do you belong to? What are the fundamental allegiances of your life? The things that you listen to, the things that you walk in, the things that you sit in. You've got to start. You can't be happy unless you start with a negative. You can't be happy unless you see not. I've got to turn away from things that have me by the heart, that have me by the mind. I've got to turn away from things that I belong to. And even if you're a Christian, by saying, well, I believe all these things, you can still be operating on the old ways. And if you are not fundamentally happy, the profound analysis of this point is you are still sitting in some other seat than in God's lap. If you're not just perplexed, but you are in despair. If you're not just hurting, but you are totally destroyed, that's what Paul says doesn't happen. He's not talking about brainwashing. I'm always happy. And he's not talking about being in despair. He says, I'm struck down, but I'm never in despair. Look at Jesus Christ. Had great peace, great joy, the perfect relationship with the Father, yet he was always crying. There you have it. A man of sorrows, acquainted with grief, never in despair. And if you are in despair, if life isn't worth living, it means you're sitting in some other seat. That's the negative. But then there's the positive. And here's the last thing we say. His delight is in the law of the Lord. You know, the trouble with this word law of the Lord, many people think, oh, well, that means he's looking at the part of the Bible where the rules are. No. The word law of the Lord is not talking about the part of the Bible where you find the rules. It's talking about the whole message of the Bible as your rule of life. This is not a man who says, oh yes, the laws of God. Honesty is the best policy, and I want to get on in life, so I'm going to be honest. That's not what he's saying. His delight is in the law of the Lord. He can't stop thinking about it day and night, all the time. What is he looking at? He's looking at the essential message of the Bible. The essential message of the Bible, which we've been talking about all during this service, is that great, powerful God sent his Son to die for you, so that great God can become your Father. You know, the parable of the prodigal son puts it all perfectly. When the son has left the father and he feels like his life is falling apart, he comes back and he doesn't ask for happiness. Remember the prodigal son in Luke chapter 15? He comes back and he says, Father, I have sinned in heaven, against heaven and in thy sight. Just make me a servant. I don't want comfort. I don't want happiness. I owe you. And then what happens? The Father, once you come to God saying, forget the happiness, forget the joy, forget doing all these wonderful things for me, I owe you because of what you did for me. The minute he comes to the Father and says, you don't have to be my father anymore, just be my king, the king turns into a father. And he says, get out the robe. Put a ring on him. Put my robe on him. Kill the fatted calf. We're going to have a party. He's my child. And that message that in Jesus Christ, this great king becomes your father, is what you have to delight in. And if you look carefully, when it says he delights in the law of the Lord, and then it talks about the godly man being a tree that puts down his roots into the river, what's the river? What's the water down there? It's the law of the Lord. He's delighting in it day and night. That's how he keeps his leaf green even in the heat. Do you know how to do that? Christian friends, do you know how to do that? There's a flute on the ground. It might as well be a pipe. It might as well be a bear trap unless you learn how to play it. Do you know how to play the gospel? Do you know how to rehearse its beauties? Do you know how to talk to yourself about Luke 15, about the prodigal son? Do you know how to think about and rehearse the beauties of it until it makes your heart sing? Do you delight in it day and night? If you do, you'll be like Jesus. Often crying. I tell you something, the gospel, Christianity makes you a sadder person and a happier person at the same time. You get more sensitive. You know, one of the ways that non-Christians have to deal with life, because they don't have this great consolation, is they deny how hard life is. They deny it, like me in my car. Kathy's always saying to me, something's wrong with the car. I never heard that knock before. And everything's fine. Everything's fine. We can't afford anything else. And that's how many people, listen, unless you have this consolation in your life, that's how you deal with life. It'll be all right. That could never happen. I'm sure it could never happen. You kidding? Don't you see? When you become a Christian, you get this consolation and it allows you to be honest, to no longer repress how hard life is. You feel the pain of the world more than you did before. But you've got a joy and a consolation. My sins are pardoned. They'll never be brought against me. And I'm going to go live with God forever in a new heavens and a new earth wherein dwelleth righteousness. You're happier and sadder at the same time. The happiness overwhelms the sadness. That's what it means to be a Christian, and it comes by learning to play the gospel, listening to it, singing it to yourself. That's the only way you put your roots down and deal with the heat. Are you doing that? Can you do that? See the streams of living water. Remember that hymn? See the streams of living water. Well supply thy sons and daughters, and all fear of once remove. Who can faint while such a river ever flows their thirst to assuage? Grace, which like the Lord the giver, never fails from age to age. You can be happy. It's possible. Don't look to circumstances. Don't seek it directly. Instead, look at what you really, really are living for and accept and admit your need for the great gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, and learn to delight in that and to play it and to listen to it day and night. Listen, there's probably some people here who are irked at me because you're in pain and you don't want to get your hopes up. You don't like me telling you it's possible to be a fundamentally and consistently happy person. You don't want to get your hopes up. I will not apologize. I cannot recant. You need this. Come and get it. Let's pray. Our Father, we pray now that you grant that as we take this moment to consider what you are going to be doing in our lives, if we come to you and seek you and not happiness, you will show us how we can turn away from the way of the world, from the counsel of the ungodly, from the seat of the mockers and the scornful, and delight in the law of the Lord, so that on it we can meditate day and night and be like a tree planted by waters. Keep our leaves green in your Son. In his name we pray. Amen.
Some honeymoons end in disaster. With Upwards, I'm Max Lucado. Late one evening, a newlywed couple arrived at a hotel. The groom had reserved a large room with romantic amenities. Opening their door, though, the place was skimpy. There was no view, no flowers, cramped bathroom, and a fold-out sofa with a lumpy mattress. They were disappointed. The next morning, the groom angrily demanded to see the manager. Calmly, the manager asked, "Well, did you open the door in your room?" The groom admitted he had not. He thought it was a closet. The manager took him to see what he had missed. The suite with the flowers, the fruit basket, the chocolates, and a spacious bed. The couple had missed it. Hey, this world is just the anteroom. Someday God's going to open the door on heaven, and we'll see the perfect place that God has designed for those whom God has made perfect by his grace.
Manning the desk from our studio in Chicago is Burton Bert Schlichter. Bert is an E-mini options trading expert, teacher, and mentor. Countless retail and institutional clients have reaped the benefits of his 15 years of experience. He places a strong emphasis on trading the markets from a technical standpoint, and his extensive knowledge of options trading strategies is evident as a CFRN co-host. His impressive resume includes Senior Market Analyst for Daniels Trading. Bert has also written for Reuters, CBS Market Watch, and has been featured on British television for his S&P commentary. Tune in weekdays at noon Eastern for live reports straight from the broker's desk.
It's everything you need to know about Catalyst West 2011. It's the road trip edition, and it's next.
Leadership is a stewardship. It is temporary, and you're accountable.
Catalyst Podcast.
Hey everybody, Ken Coleman, Brad Lomenick, and special guest in the studio, the emeritus consultant, the big shot of all consultants of Catalyst. It's Jeff Shinabarty, you know him well, and of course, one half of our MC duo, Tripp and Tyler. It's Tripp Crosby in the studio today.
Yeah. I'm also clapping for Jeff.
I'd say more like 3/5. 3/5, all right. And we have to mention where Tyler is at right now. It's rather impressive. He cannot be with us in studio because he is lunching with the highest grossing comedian of all time, otherwise known as Jeff Foxworthy.
Did you say lunching?
Lunching.
Yeah, I like that.
I think you could say that, right, Tripp?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you said lunging.
No, lunching.
They're eating. Oh, I was imagining they were in some sort of aerobics class together.
But hey, folks, we have a great episode coming to you. Now, listen, hang around for just about 10 minutes, all right? We've got some important stuff. But coming to you is a great interview from Catalyst 2010, Catalyst West, rather. John Ortberg sat down and interviewed Dallas Willard. It is great stuff. It happened only at Catalyst West. That's coming in just a few minutes. But before we dive into all that, let's talk real quick, Brad. Let's set the scene. People are driving in or they're listening to this before they fly in or drive in. And the theme this year is Take Courage. And we've got a fun segment coming up in just a minute about things we're scared of. And we'll pause that, by the way, and let people talk amongst themselves in the car once we get into that segment.
Nice programming, Ken.
Well, there you go. But let's set this up. You and Jeff are here. You guys are the gurus of all programming. So talk about the theme, Take Courage, why that theme, and then get into some of the speakers that these folks are going to hear.
Well, and for those, just as a side note, for those thousands of listeners right now who are going, I'm not going to West Coast, what does it matter? Just stay tuned, or you can fast forward, for that matter, to the Dallas Willard and John Ortberg. There's some of our listeners, our loyal fans and loyal community all over the world who won't be able to make it to Catalyst.
But this is an appropriate time to talk about Catalyst backstage, because if you're not coming, all right, and you're not working real hard, how about you turn off the Facebook, all right, over the next couple of days, and you fire up catalystbackstage.com. Is that correct?
Catalystbackstage.com. We'll have all kinds of live interviews. We'll have, live footage happening, live programming all 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, March 2nd through 4th.
What's happening during that live programming? Interviews?
Well, we'll have interviews with speakers who come off the stage. We'll have a few actually live segments from the stage. From the sessions.
Oh, so they'll see what's happening live.
Yes. Yeah.
We dangle a little bit out there, just enough for people to feel compelled to buy the DVDs. It's Brad's.
So probably our moments mostly.
That's right.
And our good friends Brian Wurzel, Bianca Juarez, Tinley Molzon from The Bachelor, Carlos Whitaker, and Vicky Beeching. We have 5 hosts.
How does that work?
Well, they're going to rotate in and out because it's a lot of interviews.
What is this, The View?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
So anyway, for those of you who can't come to Catalyst West, wanted to just make that side note, but for those of you who are on your way or will be leaving soon, let's talk about the theme. Take Courage, and I'm going to let Jeff jump in here in a second, but I'll just say a few words about this theme. It's obviously very specific. We feel like that leaders, if they're not courageous, if they're not willing to take risk and really step out into the unknown, then they're probably not going to step into what God has called them to. And so we feel like that the issue of courage, it's been one of our 6 elements of a Catalyst leader for the last, since we created that grid for sort of our content. So we think courage is really important. We think that it's important for us to profile and highlight leaders who are courageous. And if you look at the speaker lineup this year, there's a lot of these folks who are being courageous in their industries. So if you take Randa Wallace, he's being courageous in the film industry. If you take Soledad O'Brien, she's living out courage in media. If you take Rev Run, he's been courageous all of his life in terms of the entertainment world, overcoming barriers.
Going out in public with an oddly shaped head.
Yes. Trip Crosby.
Trying to hold up Tyler Stanton on stage.
Yeah.
That's courage.
But it's not all about the speakers, right?
It's not all about the speakers.
We really want people that are there to experience this reality, that if they have a dream, if they feel called towards something, that the difference between where they're at right now and where they hope to be is to have the courage to pursue that, to overcome these risks and fears within their own personal lives to pursue what they were intended to do.
Yeah.
And that's hopefully people aren't just enamored by the people speaking, but they start to realize, hey, this could be my life.
Yeah.
And that's our hope.
And ultimately, if I think when we all look at the person of Jesus, and there's lots of qualities about Jesus that we admire and we want to live out and we want to have in our life, but courage is definitely one of those. And so we just feel like it's an important issue for leaders. It's important for them to understand what it looks like to be courageous, and it's important that we make sure that we give them the opportunities to see themselves living out their dream and stepping into what God's called them to. And
the courage isn't just for the folks with the big platform on the stage.
Yes,
we're really wanting people to see that no matter where they're at, no matter how big their congregation is, how many blog followers they have an opportunity to pursue a dream right from where they are.
That's exactly right.
Jeff's laughing. I got tripped with Jeff's laughing at me because I don't usually say serious things.
That was really good.
That was deep.
It was really good.
Well, let me say this about Tripp. Guys like him who are always projecting humor and entertaining because that's what we love to see him do. The guy has got some depth, and he is actually, I think, somebody who is exhibiting Take Courage on a daily basis. Here's
Exactly.
a guy that's a young professional, but he's totally out on his own. No, I'm trying to be serious.
Okay.
And I know you're
Keep
uncomfortable
going,
with
please.
this. But the point is you're out there and you're chasing your passion. It's not easy all the time, especially when you are the product.
Right.
And so it takes great courage for an artist of any level to stick themselves out there. And so, you know, it's fun. We have some fun, and he's always injecting fun things. But he is a guy who's living this. He's completely out there on the tightrope with no safety net. And that's fun, and it's fun to see. And I think that's important to point out. It's not just the leader that's going to be in the audience. It could be a lay person or a person who is just in a job that they feel like, hey, this is a stepping stone, but I've got a real dream, a real passion, and it doesn't involve sitting in this cube 8 hours a day, and it's going to take courage to step out. So to that point, I think that's
Thanks, Ken.
I agree with that.
Well said. And just in terms of, again, going back to catalyst, you know, a catalyst leader, one of the things that when you become a catalyst as a change agent, you have to be willing to risk.
That's right.
And the leaders who are part of Catalyst and feel a connection to Catalyst, I think the one characteristic that we would all say, besides our passion for Jesus and our passion to be Christ-like, is the sense that we're willing to take a risk and we're willing to step out and step up to what's in front of us
and overcome our fears.
Yeah.
Go for
But
it.
going back to me.
Yes. Yeah. No question.
I would agree.
No, I think that's
Say that.
important.
Tyler, on the other hand, yeah.
You got Porky Pig over here.
That's important. You know, it's time for interaction.
Oh, yeah.
All right?
Okay.
These people have been sitting here for a few minutes, and now they've filled up their moleskins with the great wisdom we all just dropped on them. But let's have some fun, all right? So quickly, let's set it up. This is going to be some talk time amongst yourselves. But before we get to that, let's have a little fun. Things you're scared of. Real things or funny things. Things that might be a little embarrassing, or you're just absolutely, I mean, white-knuckle horrified. Jeff, we'll start with you. What are you scared of?
By the way, I love this talk time stuff you've thrown in here, Ken.
Well, it's the first time we've ever done
The Retro podcast gets better every year.
Well, it occurs to me this is not radio, so people can literally pause us
Yeah.
and talk amongst themselves,
Right.
and we'll be here when you come back.
in their bus. or
So
in their
do we
van.
actually have to sit here silently?
We all
No.
do, yes.
Good question, though. Jeff, what do you got?
Greatest fear always has been kidney stones.
Wow.
If anyone's listening to this and they've had it, I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I feel for
Yeah,
you
they're
guys.
doubling over and trying to find a pack of frozen peas.
That is my
That's what they're
greatest
doing.
fear in life. It always has been.
Yikes.
So
We're not going to talk about that.
Do y'all know anyone who's had a kidney stone?
My brother.
Raise your
I know
hand right
people.
now if you've had a kidney stone.
My brother's 32 and just had 2, and I'm telling you, to hear the kid describe it to me, unbelievable. I don't even want to talk about it. It makes me physically
I
uncomfortable.
never want to go through that.
What is your
experience.
what's the context?
Every
of that?
aspect of it? I've talked
No, is
through
there
it
a
with
bunch of those in the Schinnebarger family?
Not really.
Like you saw Uncle Earl at the family reunion when you were 11?
And to all the women right now who are suddenly interjecting about how painful childbirth is,
Yeah. Right.
Stop, okay? We get it.
And this is equally as
Kidney
painful.
stones are painful.
Thank you very much. Well said. All right, Brad, what do you got? Things you're scared of, or
Well,
thing.
The thing I used to be scared of, this will be a little bit of behind the scenes with Brad, is storms. When I was young, I was, I know, it's funny, right? But I was petrified. I mean, petrified.
I mean,
of
lightning and thunder. So
lightning and thunder, but even rain. Like when I was in elementary school, if it was cloudy, I would physically get sick and not be able to go to school because of just the sense of how scared I was of storms.
This
and
explains
growing up in
things.
Oklahoma,
This explains things.
growing up in Oklahoma, there's a tornado every 3 days in the spring.
Well, you were
so-
eventually struck by lightning, so I wonder if you
Exactly.
just knew that moment was coming.
Well,
Have you really been struck by lightning?
You don't know this?
I never knew
No,
this.
you have not.
He has told this story 17,000
He's
struck by
never
lightning.
told me this story.
Well,
Is that where your hair went?
yes.
Our podcast listeners that are faithful know
They know
this
about
story.
this, yeah.
Tell the
But
story real quick.
I was working in Lost Valley in Colorado as a, on a ranch, and we were out building fence or working on some fence, and there was a big lightning storm, and it hit, and it didn't hit me directly. Okay, let's be very clear on that. Full disclosure, it did not hit me directly. It hit the fence, and then the current went through the fence into my hands, and it was a pretty explosive moment, you might say.
Yeah, I'll bet. All right, Tripp, what do you got? Are you scared of anything?
I am. There's this one moment in my life where I feel this very quick but very real surge of anxiety. It doesn't last long, but it's that quick moment that I step through the security thing at the airport, the detector. Like, there's this literally half-second moment where I feel intense anxiety, and it's fine once it doesn't beep. But you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that your
I mean, I don't experience
You're
that. But I know
really
it.
scared of that?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know why.
It's interesting.
And I'm actually scared of flying. I'll go ahead and admit that. It's when the turbulence happens, I can tell myself it was more dangerous driving here, all that stuff, but my palms sweat. Even if I don't feel scared, my palms sweat.
Have you ever flown in a small plane?
I have been struck by lightning in a plane.
Yeah.
What is with you two?
Seriously,
That's funny.
Who are you people?
Jeff, note to self, if I see clouds coming, I got to make sure I'm not around Trip or Brad.
Never get on a plane with
Yeah,
either
but
one
the
of
odds
these
of it
guys.
happening twice. Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. Well, listen, we'll move on to talk time here. I'll just say that Trip took
what's
mine.
yours?
There's no need to spinning on
What's
time.
your fear?
It's
Ken?
absolutely flying. I absolutely get wiggy when, like even if when you're landing and the plane just, you're 10 feet off the ground and the wings kind of do this, it terrifies me. I mean, I'm not like, nutso on the plane, but if there's any major turbulence, oh boy, I'm saying prayers. I mean, I'm making sure
I
I'm
do
getting
too. What's your
everything right.
prayer?
It might as well be right before.
What's your go-to prayer?
Oh, just I want to make sure that I am absolutely taken care of and take care of my kids, and I may get saved one more time. All right, folks, now it is time. Pause the old podcast right now and quickly go around the car. Things you're afraid of. Go. I hope you enjoyed that, and if you didn't, it's too late anyway. So let's talk a little bit about Catalyst West. This is year number 3, and we wanted to talk about some memories that you guys have had. You guys have all been intricately involved, obviously, over the last 3 years, and great memories because it's a different feel. It's different than this gargantuan 13,000 seat mania that we call East. So thoughts, guys, things that you've cherished, memories you've cherished from these.
Well, I have a couple. You guys can jump in. One is we're going to hear from Dallas Willard and John Ortberg here in a minute, but the time that actually Jeff and I were both able to spend some time with Dallas Willard before he was interviewed, and I've never experienced feeling like I was in the presence of God in the sense that the Holy Spirit was so evident in this guy's life.
Yeah, it was a special moment.
I could feel it, and then Judd and I always talk about when we gave the award to Dallas Willard last year, the Lifetime Achievement Award, just how special that was for both of us to be able to interact and be on stage and honor him as this guy that really has had a huge impact indirectly on us. My second one, hold on, before Trip goes.
What is it? Wait, just because you're the director
Oh,
doesn't
no,
mean you get to do
but I want to set up
everything.
Trip. The other one that's a fun memory is from the first year when you and Tyler wore those outfits.
Oh yeah,
the
invisible
what are they called?
outfits.
The invisible outfits. That was a fun memory.
It was. One of my favorite memories was probably backing the time machine into the wall. You remember that? Programmatic.
I do. Yes, from last year.
Set the
highlight.
scene, yeah. You need to paint that picture for folks that weren't there.
Well, we had grand plans of creating this live moment where it appeared that there were two of me, future me and present me. LV, of course, our very own LV, who's out on the West Coast now, was in the car dressed as me. It was hard to see, and we hoped people could be fooled by this gag. And then I was going to join me in the car, which was a time machine like the DeLorean, but it was made out of a what?
Fiero.
A Fiero time machine. And I guess it was hard to see, and it was dark, and Fieros don't have a major blind spot. Pretty much everything but directly forward is a blind spot.
There's no back seat in a Fiero.
Yeah, there's no back seat, and I just backed it right into the wall at Mariners.
Well, those moments are always great. Jeff?
I was thinking about that, and last year's event, I watched a lot of it literally backstage in a room with Tripp and Tyler and Judd, like planning each next session, so I didn't get to go out that much this past year. But I think there's something really special about those moments, like interacting with the three of them. I think I enjoyed just the collaborative nature of it and all that. It was cool to actually really get to know Tripp and Tyler in the midst of stressful times and to see how they interacted. I enjoyed that.
And Judd.
I can't handle any more affirmation in this room.
All right.
Okay, guys?
You're getting a lot of affirmation right now.
Well, it is what it is.
Tyler's cool, too.
All right, so here's the deal. We're going to lose Jeff and Tripp. Both of them are very busy guys.
Well, I'm staying.
You are going to stay.
Oh, are you telling us we need to leave?
No, I thought you guys
Oh,
had to
no,
leave.
I'm not. I'm leaving.
Yeah, we're probably going to go.
I didn't realize it was
Guys,
10 p.m.
Yeah, I'm not trying to kick you out. But the reality is, by the way, can we talk about Tripp's phone, by the way? It's got an iPhone 4 that looks like he took a hammer
so
and
many cracks.
and,
Yeah, it's got
nailed
cracks
to
all
it.
over the face of it.
Why don't you just get that fixed?
I'm going to, Ken. I'm busy. You've already made this clear. You know how long it takes to set up a meeting at the Apple Store?
I do.
Get there, get called up there.
I do.
One geek tells you he doesn't know what to do, makes you feel stupid, and then you talk to the other one.
I just can't fathom. I would have.
Have you ever seen my dog, Ken?
Oh yeah, is that a
You really gonna bring this up
soft-coated
again?
meat terrier?
Has everyone seen my dog?
We know your dog well because of our meeting
What kind
yesterday.
of dog is it?
Your dog barked all the whole meeting
My
for 4 hours.
dog
Why did
is
you name the dog after me?
He is a mix of a golden retriever and a poodle.
Oh.
What is that, a Goodle?
A golden doodle.
Oh.
Speaking
His name
of
is
doodles,
Jeff.
His name is Jeff or Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
That's hilarious. They call a dog Jeff.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Dude, he is the
It's funny.
funniest. I'm not kidding. I decided yesterday that my dog actually has a very well-developed sense of humor.
Mhm.
He does things that I know he's doing because he knows it will make me laugh. Like yesterday, he only wanted to ride on top of everything piled up in my back seat. And my dog's a big dog. He's getting going on 50 pounds, and he's sitting on top of a stack of stuff when the whole car is open other than this one stack.
I think they're meant for each other.
Now, before Trip runs off, and Jeff, I think we should get a few recommendations from them.
For what?
All right.
For stuff to do while you're out on the West
All right,
Coast.
here's what we'll do.
In Orange County.
All right, we'll do that. Let's do this. Let's throw it to the interview. This is Dallas Willard being interviewed by John Ortberg from Catalyst West, 2010. Enjoy this. When we come back, Jeff, Tripp, Brad, they'll all have some wonderful recommendations for how to enjoy Catalyst in the OC. But here is John Ortberg with Dallas Willard.
Anytime I get a chance to be at an event with Dallas Willard, it's always an easy yes. Nobody, I think, when the history of the church in our day gets written, will have had a greater impact on how we think about God or spiritual life or spiritual growth than Dallas Willard. And that's certainly true for me. I just want to say one or two other things about Dallas, and then I'll start asking you some questions. Two things you should know about Dallas Willard. Dallas is a really, really smart guy. He teaches philosophy at the University of Southern California. Has been there since 1965. Congratulations. If you go on Wikipedia, they have a list of philosophers who have most impacted our society and culture, not restricted to Christians, just people in the world of philosophy, and Dallas Willard is on that list. I never get in an argument with Dallas because I'm afraid he will prove that I don't exist. But the other thing you need to know about Dallas is, as good as his brain is, his heart is better. And I, over 20 years ago, was kind of frustrated in my own spiritual life and read his book, The Spirit of the Disciplines, and the thesis sentence in there, that his argument was that authentic transformation really is possible if we're willing to do one thing, and that is to arrange our lives around those practices that Jesus engaged in to receive life and power from the Father. Changed my life. And so I called him up. I was a young pastor. There was no reason for him to do this, but he invited me over to his house and talked with me as if there was nobody else in the world and as if he had nothing more important to do. And I wish you all knew Dallas Willard, because there is a humbleness and an aliveness to the kingdom in him. And one of the reasons that I believe is because of the life and faith of Dallas Willard. So it's a great honor for me to be able to talk together with you. I am marking this day by tweeting for the very first time.
Are you
John
really?
Ortberg. I am, yeah. I've never tweeted before, but because I'm with you today.
Have you ever felt like you're a twit? I'm afraid to twit Twitter because of that.
Of feeling like a twit.
Yes.
Well, in the beginning was the twit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Dallas, we're meeting together, and there's an awful lot of folks here in their 20s and 30s who are leading and will be leading and shaping the church for some time to come. You've been in the church for 70 years. What has the church not been getting right that you think perhaps God is calling this generation of church leaders to get right that needs to be gotten right?
Well, of course, there are a lot of dimensions to the church, primarily speaking about the one that you and I probably know best. For various reasons, their problem is with their message. What is the central message? And the inability to make touch with what Jesus himself presented as the central message undermines all of the efforts of the church. Because unless you understand that Jesus invites us through faith in him, that means putting your confidence in him, to actually live in the kingdom of God now, there will not be a basis for discipleship and transformation.
Now, when I was growing up in the church, the central message was real clear. It was the gospel. And what we thought of as the gospel was, it was the announcement of the minimal entrance requirements for getting into heaven when you die.
Right. It's kind of like passing the written part of the driver's test. You get 3 of them wrong, you have to do it again. Except now you don't get to do it again on this one.
And there's been a lot of discussion, and there is a lot going on right now about the gospel in our day. And I don't think there's anybody who, more than you, has helped us to think again, really not in a new way, really in a more biblical way about what the gospel is. So if the gospel of Jesus isn't primarily, here's how to make sure you get into heaven when you die, what is Jesus' gospel?
It's how to get into heaven before you die. That's it. That's why the New Testament, for example, routinely treats you as if you have already died. Is because you have made a transition from a life on your own to a life that God himself is living in his kingdom. So you get to be a part of that. And so when Jesus comes, you know, any New Testament scholar, I believe, would tell you, what did Jesus preach? They would say the kingdom of God. That's not quite right, because what he preached was the availability of the kingdom of God to everyone, wherever they were and whoever they were. And so he announces this, and by his own presence makes it available. And once you get that idea, then you read the gospel and you say, hey, that's what's happening.
Now, make this concrete for us for a moment, because we know the language of the kingdom is Jesus' language, but we don't have, you know, kings in this country. We don't use that kind of imagery much. So just in a real concrete way, I know when you say you can get into heaven before you die, you're not being glib about that. You have something very real in mind. Help us understand, what is that reality?
The reality is God in action. Like we do better maybe with government, though that's not good either. But for example, we sitting here are all experiencing the effects of the government of the United States. And the effects of the kingdom of God is God in action. And he acts through all of his instrumentalities, but the main thing to understand is God acts in relationship with us. We can call that the presence of God with us, the Holy Spirit, the power of the Word, but the important thing is to understand the kingdom of God is God in action. That happens to turn out to be exactly the same thing as grace. So grace now becomes a part of our lives, and we experience it with us by faith. We have to learn how to do this because we're usually in charge of what's happening, and we have to learn how to turn loose of that and how to live with God being in charge, and we can do that.
Let me pause you there for a moment, too. Some of us were talking yesterday. I grew up with the idea that grace was just a synonym for the forgiveness of sins.
Yes.
And so that really the only people who need grace are people who are unforgiven sinners.
Well, I know that that's true. And I've heard leading ministers in our country here say that the only role of grace is guilt and forgiveness. That is an incredible misreading that you would get corrected if you just did inductive Bible study with grace. You would find almost immediately that it's for life, not for forgiveness. It's for enabling us to live in such a way that God is a part of our lives and helping us to lead the life that he wants for us. The sinner is not the one who uses a lot of grace. The saint uses more grace. The saint burns grace like a 747 burns fuel on takeoff, because everything they do is a manifestation of grace. And grace, you know, we're not running out of grace. You know, there's lots of it. And so we can use it. But we have to learn to do that, and primarily it means that we no longer just trust our own efforts to manage our lives. That's our kingdom. And unfortunately it turns to be a part of a darker kingdom. And then when, as Colossians 1 says, we are transformed or translated out of the kingdom of darkness into the kingdom of the Son of his love, and that's what happens at the new birth, then we begin to experience grace for the first time.
So the gospel is the good news that God's presence and his action is available into my life right now, into our life right now.
Absolutely right. And that's what you see in Jesus, because when he came, he brought that in touch with all kinds of people, especially the ones who were not supposed to be in touch with God. The Republicans and sinners, for example. And all kinds of people that were not supposed to be.
You know, this is being recorded.
Oh,
just
well.
So you know, yeah.
I'm trusting God.
All right. Well,
let me just say, grace is actually God acting in your life to accomplish what you can't accomplish on your own.
Say that one more time.
Grace is God acting in your life to accomplish what you cannot accomplish on your own. And that's why you have entered heaven now, because heaven is here. God is in action.
I thought heaven was someplace way out there past Pluto or something.
It's really pretty dismal out there. I hope God does better than that. But the thing is...
So how should we think about heaven? I mean, I think most of us carry a picture of kind of a pleasure factory somewhere.
We should think of it as God's presence. God's presence in action is heaven. And that's why Jesus said, those who keep my word will never experience death, is because they will transition in the life that they already have, beyond what we call physical death.
One of the many things you're known for is to be a person who writes a lot about the notions of spiritual disciplines. And I think, you know, a hunger that would be represented in this room and by many, many young people is a desire not just to be told what am I supposed to believe about God, but how do I actually experience God? And so the idea that grace is God in action available to me now sounds very inviting. I know that disciplines are somehow supposed to be connected to that, but it's also kind of an off-putting word, the word discipline. So, you know, when I read Richard Foster's book for the first time, Richard Foster wrote Celebration of Disciplines, and it's about 12 different disciplines, spiritual disciplines. And I didn't like the book at all when I first read it, because I thought I already feel guilty because I'm not reading the Bible and praying enough. And now you're going to tell me there's 10 more things I got to feel guilty about before I can, you know, be okay in my spiritual life. So we really need some wisdom. What is this idea of spiritual disciplines about? Why do they matter? Why are they important? How are they connected to grace?
Well, that's so true, because, you know, many people associate discipline with punishment. He says, you're going to be disciplined, well, you're going to suffer for it. And they tend to think in those terms, and that shuts them off from another aspect of discipline that we know very well. And that is that discipline enables us to do things that are good and that we find strengthening and rewarding, but you can't do it without discipline. Perhaps the first thing to say is grace doesn't make us passive. And we tend to think that grace makes you passive because if you did anything, that would be works, and works as opposed to grace.
That's not true.
No, it isn't true, and we need to just understand that grace is not opposed to effort. It's opposed to earning.
Say it one more time.
Grace is not opposed to effort. It's opposed to earning. Effort is action. Earning is attitude. And you can't mix God's action with you with the idea, I'm earning this, because that's the wrong basis for the relationship. So a discipline now is something that enables us to enter into something that is good. And it applies to all areas of life. Weightlifting, playing the piano, speaking French. You have to do things that are in your power to enable you to do what you can't do by direct effort. You can't just say, well, I'm going to speak French, and you know, I have a friend.
That was French right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was French. Pretty close. I have a friend who says when he goes to France, he just speaks English louder. But effort won't do it. You have to enter into it in a way of practice, and discipline is basically practice.
I remember many years ago, this distinction, this is the most helpful distinction I ever heard about the spiritual life. It's when you talked about there's a difference between training to do something.
That's right.
Versus trying to do something. And that we overestimate what we can do by just trying really hard.
That's right.
And many people, when they hear about following Jesus, what they think is, I need to try harder to be more like Jesus, as opposed to training.
And it's so much a part of worldly wisdom. If at first you don't succeed, try again. That's not it. If at first you don't succeed, find out what went wrong, fix it, and then try again. Right? I had a guy in a seminar once who worked for JPL, and he said, boy, you're right. He said, when we blow up a rocket, we don't try another rocket. We find out what went wrong, then we try it again. And the secret is intelligent effort that reframes.
Intelligent effort.
Intelligent effort. It has to be intelligent. That is to say, it has to be integrated with the realities of the case. If we want to, for example, suppose we want to love our neighbor as ourselves, you have to learn how to do that. And it requires intelligence to understand what it is, why it's good, and how it works. You can't do it just by brute effort.
I was very struck recently. Somebody asked you a question about if a person wants to grow spiritually, what would your advice to them be? Where should they start? And I don't know if you remember what you said, but I do. You said you would advise them to do the next right thing they knew they ought to do.
That's right. That's always the key.
And I was so struck by that because what I would always expect is get on a Bible study program, or start going to church, or engage in some devotional practices. But that's not where you would start. You would actually start by doing something that was a good thing to do.
That's right, because that's what God wants you to do. Now, when you try that, you may wind up going to church because you're going to need some help. And nothing will drive you into the kingdom of God like trying to do the next thing that is right and growing on for that. Because you will need help and you will get it because that's where God is. He's interested in
Well, let's talk practically for a moment. Again, a lot of church leaders here, people involved in ministry leadership of one kind or another. And I think for a lot of people, I know this was the case for me for a long time, when I would hear the word spiritual disciplines, I would just think of this list of activities that I was supposed to do and that I would feel kind of a chronic, vague sense of guilt that I wasn't doing. And I would picture God up in heaven with kind of a behavior modification chart, and he would give me a little gold star if I would do certain things. It was kind of like balancing my checkbook or going on a diet where I knew I ought to be more disciplined, but it would be unpleasant and I didn't really want to do it. So if that's the wrong track, address young leaders in the church and tell them how should they explore involvement with God and practices or disciplines in a way that will lead them to greater life.
Well, there are just a few things that are important. One is you have to understand that disciplines are not deeds of righteousness. They are wisdom. And you approach it experimentally.
You approach it experimentally.
That, of course, involves intelligence. Instead of saying, well, you just grind it out, you learn why it helps you. For example, solitude and silence, which are among the most important and radical disciplines. You don't decide to stiffen up and go do it. You approach it experimentally. You find out what it's like to spend some time alone in silence in a comfortable place. And as you do that, you begin to learn really fundamental things, like the world moves on without you, that God is not threatened, that you don't actually carry the world on your shoulders, that other people can do things you may never have thought they could do. But you give them a chance and you don't step in and do that. And you're learning how God works when you don't work. Solitude and silence is a discipline of abstinence. On the other side, you have disciplines like worship and study, and those need a long discussion, but again, those are processes of engagement with something where you begin to study engages you with reality. That's the function of study. And it may be the Word of God, but it's also nature. It's also the lives of other people. It has many dimensions, but in all of them you are learning about reality. And as you take that in, then it begins to order your life. Like taking in the Word of God actually is taking in a substance that begins to order your life. And you find not that it's hard, but your life is easier. And that's why Jesus says his yoke is easy and his burden is light. That's all under the heading of learning of him.
And when you say that the practice of the disciplines is experiential, then in other words, people are free to experiment with solitude or silence and find out how much, how often, what is helpful to them, as opposed to they have to commit to some rigid program and feel guilty if they're not doing it all the time.
That's absolutely right. You let them lead you in. And it's extremely important to realize that if you undertake a discipline and fail, whatever that means to you, and you fail, you have not sinned. Like you decide to fast, and you've never heard the food calling from the refrigerator in that way before.
Yeah.
And you get to think, well, maybe I need to eat those leftovers. And they'll go to waste. And then that, well, okay, they go to your waste instead of that other waste. And
that's probably the worst joke I've ever heard you make.
Turned out well. Yes. Sometimes that's a temptation of a speaker, you know. You come near to something and you can't resist it. I'll have to find a discipline to help me with that.
Actually, I heard of a wonderful one. I'm going to tell a story on you from USC. Somebody had been to a class that you were teaching, and there was a student who said something that was both contradictory and kind of offensive to you in this observer's eyes. And when they were done, your only comment was, well, that's a good place to end the class today, so I'll see you next class. Okay. And afterwards, this person was asking you, you know, Dallas, you could have obliterated that student. You could have, you know, shown them where they were wrong and made them look small. Why didn't you do it? What were you doing? And your comment was, I was practicing the discipline of not having to have the last word.
Well, that's a very important one. It really is.
But part of what that says is then there's really not 2 disciplines or 10 disciplines. There could be hundreds or thousands. Any practice that enables you to kind of develop spiritual muscles to live in the right way.
That's a really great point. And we want to understand that there isn't like a holy list of disciplines.
Yeah.
There's a list of disciplines that have proven themselves important, but still what we're aiming at is changing the inner character of the person, not behavior.
And the purpose of a discipline is?
The purpose of the discipline is to redirect the automatic responses that come out of what you have become. And so, for example, fasting helps you redirect your responses toward eating. Silence helps you redirect your responses in conversation. And it's a matter of transferring the readinesses which are in us to do what is wrong into readinesses to do what is right. And that's the whole story on disciplines. And many different things can do that. That's why the concept is so important. You get the concept, something in my power that I can do to bring me to the point where I can do things I can't do by direct effort. Peter is the absolute perfect illustration of this.
It's an activity that I am able to do,
right,
through which I receive the power to do what I cannot do right now.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's where grace comes in, of course. Because in spiritual disciplines, we learn how to interact with the presence of God in our lives.
Well, one more word about the presence of God, because I know the point of the disciplines, as you talk about them, is not that I'm earning merit with God, it's that they're actually putting me in touch with reality.
That's right.
And a deeper reality than this table right here, than these chairs.
The reality that underlies the table.
Yeah.
And that's what we learn to do by taking ourselves off of our old habits of reliance upon human abilities and social powers and all of that. And we make a space for God to act. That's why I describe fasting as feasting. When you pull yourself off food, relying on God, then you find that your body is actually nourished by God. And that's the teaching of Deuteronomy 8 and Matthew 4 and John 4, where Jesus says, I have meat to eat you know not of. You see, that was really true. That's what he meant by that.
He was being fed.
He was being fed.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, to close our time, if you would feed people here for a moment. Blessing is something that we've talked about before, the power of blessing. Would you say a word about what it means to bless, and then would you close our time by giving a blessing to everybody who's here, because there will be many, many people who are here right now who really need a blessing.
Well, blessing is an action by which you will the good of another person under the invocation of God. The Scripture tells us, without doubt, the best are blessed by the better. Now, I'm not better, but God is. And so when I bless in the name of God. And we know how to do that. If we learn how to do that, then we can bless our enemies. And we can bless those who curse us, but we can also bless the good things that are in our lives.
And those are not just words. That's an actual spiritual transaction
that's
taking place.
That's right. And then you bless with that understanding. So it's a matter of willing with God something good for another person, and you express that linguistically.
What would you give a blessing?
Now may the Lord touch you with His Spirit to bring good into your life. And may He open the way of the kingdom for every one of you right where you are as you step forward from this hour. And may you know the reality of the kingdom and its power and strength in everything you do. In the name of the Father, and in the Son, and the Holy Spirit. So let it be done.
Boy, it's always good stuff. It's hard to follow up that with what we're about to do. You know what I mean? You kind of
Dallas
just feel
Willard
like,
is the smartest person in the world.
Yeah.
And John Orberg's very sharp too, but Dallas is.
Oh boy, we indirectly insulted John.
I wish my name was Dallas. Wish my name was Oklahoma City, actually.
Dallas Lominick?
You do wish that.
You do. Oklahoma Lominick.
Oklahoma City Lominick.
I can start calling you that.
Yeah.
Bradley Stephen. You know his middle name is Stephen, and so I propose we start calling him Bradley Stephen Lominick.
Well, in the last issue, or two episodes ago, we called out Eric Michael Bryan, our good friend, who now lives in Austin. He used to work with Mosaic.
Yeah.
And I got an email. I didn't tell you, Ken.
Yeah.
I got an email.
No, I saw
he
it.
was. That's right. He copied you.
He copied me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just thanking us for using three names instead
We
of
all
two.
really want to hear about
Trip.
your
What's
emails,
your
guys.
Trip? What's your middle name?
Arnold.
You got to be
T.A.
Trip Arnold.
T.A.
Hey.
Really, Arnold?
T.A. Crosby.
That's the only
No,
middle
Tripp
name.
is not my real first name.
What is your first name?
I'm not telling.
But it's
yeah.
so is
I'm
your
Tripp because I'm a third.
Believe me, it's bad.
so it's your dad's name.
Right.
Hey
Which I
guys,
can't remember your dad's name right now.
it's probably bad because you don't take a cool name and rhyme and put it together with Arnold.
Well, we got Jeffrey Dwayne over here.
Which is almost
Dwayne.
as Kenneth Wayne.
Yeah.
In fact, if Jeffrey Dwayne and Kenneth Wayne ever put a tow truck service together, we'd rule the world. Because that's what we sound like. I hate my middle name. Just so you
What's
know.
your middle name?
Wayne.
Oh.
Kenneth
Wayne and
Tell
Dwayne.
me I
Wayne and Dwayne.
Right. Tow truck services. D&W Towing. I mean, I can't ever get past that. But anyway, people don't want to hear about me griping about my middle name anymore. Let's talk about recommendations. Jeff, the OC, what are you recommending? What category are you in? Food? Speakers?
First food I always do when I get in is In-N-Out Burger.
Oh, boy.
Instantly.
No
you
question.
gotta get to the drive-thru right away. You go.
I think Five Guys is better.
Well, now
I will
Tripp's
agree
got
with
something
you.
there.
I would agree with you on the actual
Don't
burger
stone me
itself.
for that.
No, I agree with you. On the experience, In-N-Out is an experience.
It is, but is it just because it's us coming from the East Coast?
I think that's part of it,
Yes.
definitely.
But I agree, Five Guys is a
Well,
is a
now
better
Tripp's
burger.
right. You're going to enjoy both burgers, but the one where you just feel gorged and like, oh my, Five Guys fries and the burger combo.
Way too many
clearly.
fries.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Never order fries for just you at Five
Right.
Guys.
No.
Order them for five. That's where they got
Five
the name of the
Guys.
place.
Five Guys can eat your fries.
It's not clearly spelled out, but
Right.
really you're supposed to go and order one fry for Five Guys.
Well, there's two things I want to recommend for speakers.
Oh, here we go.
One,
Is this for Maine or Labs? Or
I'm going to
both?
start with. I'm going to do one lab and one main
Oh,
that I'm
I like
excited
this, Jeff.
about. So if I was to go to anything myself, like what I'm most excited to hear from, in the labs, I have to recommend Bob Goff. If you've never interacted with Bob before, you will be encouraged about life in general. He has the biggest dreams and the greatest stories. He's an incredible, encouraging guy. So go see him. And in the main session, the person I'm most excited to hear from is John Perkins. I know a lot of people probably don't know who he is, but he is a civil rights activist, and it's a legend in many ways. His life, he's lived through so many incredible elements of racial reconciliation, and he's one of the fathers of Christian community development in Mississippi. And he has things that we can all learn from. So those are the two people I'm most excited to hear from.
And he's we both have sort of our who would we want to hear from if we could get anybody, and he was on your list.
He's always been on my list,
Yeah.
so Brad made it happen this year.
All right, am I up for recommendations?
I believe so.
You know what? I'm gonna start with I will start with food, and I'm gonna recommend a sushi place called Mosen. I don't remember where it is. It's somewhere in that area.
It's in SoCal.
Yeah. Brian Perkle, our good friend, took us there for the first time 3 years ago, and it is an amazing sushi place. Now it's a little, it's
Brad's never taken me there.
It's not a family restaurant.
Me either.
No.
It's not a family restaurant. It's got like a dance club up above it, but they have half-price sushi throughout the work week. And it's amazing.
Just turn a blind eye to the girls in the cages.
Well, there's none of those.
None of that? Oh.
No, sorry.
Nothing
The
we've
way you
seen,
guys
anyway.
were describing
That's
it.
In-N-Out.
Yeah. So here's my recommendations on the lab sessions, because I want to make sure people know as they're driving in or if they're listening to this, if you're coming to Catalyst West and you're not registered for labs, you can still register. We've got plenty of walk-up space. That's on Wednesday, March 2nd. Lots of great sessions throughout the day on the labs day. I got a couple of recommendations. One would be to go and listen to a couple. Mark Batterson is one, and then there's a panel with Sean King, Tyler Merrick, and Hannah Song, which actually Jeff is you're going to.
I'm going to host it, yeah.
And I think just the way those three, in terms of what they've done in terms of being activists and being involved in social justice and the way they've built these organizations, and I think it'll be really interesting. So that would be one that I would recommend sort of out of all the other ones. But we've got a ton of great speakers and great lab presenters, everybody from John Acuff to David Kinnaman, who now runs president of Barna, to Rick McKinley, to Ann Jackson. I've mentioned Mark Batterson.
Now, someone
McPherson.
Yeah, someone that people wouldn't know on that labs is Jason Losey and Tim Willard.
Oh, our good friends.
They're new voices, and
that was
and
my
actually,
recommendation.
Oh, sorry. This past weekend, I actually got to hear Jason present.
Jubilee. Have you seen the blog? They're getting great reviews online. People are talking about it.
Yeah, I didn't know. I saw Jason present about their new book called Veneer, and he did a great job. Yeah. It was really good.
It's going to be a great book.
Do you guys know Carlos has a blog?
Carlos Whitaker? I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Rag. Ragamuffin?
Ragtime.
Ragtime?
Yep.
Ragdoll?
Trip, anything before we move on here? Anything you would recommend?
I'm always going to put a word out for my friend John Acuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, he probably doesn't need any publicity because he always seems to have a good turnout at his labs, but there's a guy with some real innovative thoughts.
Yep.
And he's hilarious, and he's a good guy.
What do you recommend for the experience of coming to Orange County? Is there anything that you would like to recommend? You've been out there many times.
I have. Man, Orange County is, it's not really fair that people live there.
It really
isn't. It's too ideal. It's why there's so many expensive neighborhoods with celebrities living in them, because if you have money, it's where you should live. And there's just so much to do. There's the beach. There's just being outside doing anything is great in Orange County.
There's earthquakes.
There's earthquakes, which we all enjoy. And
that's one of my fears, by the way.
Man, I don't know. There's some little breakfast place that LV took us to one time.
Yes.
Where we had these salmon bagels, and they were delicious. Actually, I find that food is fresher on the West Coast. Most breakfast food, well, really all food is just better there. Why is that?
Because they're getting it right out of the ocean.
Really?
Sounds good to me.
You can go fishing for bagels?
I would think they'd be soggy, but maybe you're onto something.
I think they grow bagels in California, don't they?
We've had some great recommendations. All I would say is, to Tripp's point, at some point, early one morning or at sunset, try to get out on the beach. If you're not from the OC area, just get out there, and it never hurts to take a walk on the old beach or out on a
I think people
pier or something like that.
They should dip their feet in the ocean.
Dip their feet in the ocean. It will be chilly.
As far as the Catalyst experience, though, I do want to say this. If there's anything I recommend not missing, it's the tail end of all sessions, okay? What do you really have to get to that's so important that you need to trim 5 minutes off of your time at Catalyst? You paid for the ticket. You stayed for all the content. Just join in with everyone else and be part of the program and leave with everyone else. That goes for lunch breaks. That goes for breaks. That goes for the end of the session. That's my only recommendation, is that you just buy into the whole thing.
It is frustrating when people jump up early, isn't it?
Yeah,
really.
You're walking out when you're walking on the stage.
Or when they come late, because it's like there's some things that could be really great moments for everyone, but they don't get to be because there's too many people up and moving around. And I feel very disciplinary right now. I'm saying this on your behalf, though.
You're kind of being a big brother at this point.
Yeah, I am.
Well, because let's be very clear. Trip and you guys in the program, you put a lot of time and effort in this for these people. So there are some nuggets, is what he's saying.
Right.
That there's no throwaway time.
Right.
Can we put it that way? It's not like the last 3 minutes are like, we don't care, we're just going to screw around here. So there it is. I think it's a point well taken. But that is going to be it for the recommendations. Okay, folks, we're going to let Jeff Schinnebarger and Trip Crosby go. Trip is got some busy things to do. Jeff does as well. So, guys, we'll see you in the OC in like 5 days. Yeah, roughly. Thanks for coming by the old Road Trip podcast.
It was a great day.
All right, folks, you know that music, and that means it's time for the Director's Report. And this time, it's very important things that you need to know. I mean, Brad's going to cover everything in here that you need to know, from parking to tickets, will call, the whole 9 yards. So, Brad, what do you have for us?
Well, that's a lot of pressure because there's a lot of things that people need to know. The first tip is we're sending everybody an email that actually has the top 10 things to know about Catalyst West. So if you didn't get that email, then talk to your group leader, because they're the ones who get that before the event, and it'll give you all the information. But I'm going to try to hit the highlights. First thing is, like I said earlier about labs, if your main session registration does not include labs. So if you want to come to lab, it's on Wednesday, March 2nd. Starts at noon. You can register that morning. Registration starts at 11 a.m. There's all kinds of great sessions throughout the day on Wednesday. Opening session with Scott McKnight, closing session with David Platt. So that's labs. If you're coming to labs, you have a labs ticket, and that's the way you'll be able to enter into the labs day and labs environment. Now, in terms of Thursday, Ken, one of our traditions, as you well know, because you've always been part of this, especially the last several years, is we do a Catalyst pre-show starting at 7 a.m. So Thursday morning on March 3rd, I know it's really early for all you West Coast folks. You know, we get up early here on the East Coast.
That's right.
West Coast leaders, they like to sleep in. But 7 a.m., arrive at 7. We'll have a whole pre-show going on outside. It's going to be Ken Coleman, Carlos Whitaker hosting, tons of fun, lots of great interactive things with the crowd. We'll have a band out there. Our friends.
Couple surprises, by the way.
Oh, a couple of surprises.
If you like The Bachelor, if you like The Bachelor,
Yes.
a little surprise. If you've seen the commercials for ABC's Secret Millionaire show, and you like,
I'm really looking forward to that show.
and you like the Narnia movies,
I do.
Well, I'm here to tell you. You know, it was going to surprise.
Are we going to have Narnia there? Like
we're going to have
or Aslan?
One of the senior executive vice presidents of Fox Entertainment. It's going to be live on stage with Carlos and I, talking about the Narnia film, the release of the DVDs, and we will be passing out free DVDs.
Okay, can you give me one? Because I won't be out there. But
are you kidding me?
Can you score me one of those?
Of course. We're going to hand out lots of DVDs. So if you're out there on the pre-show, DVDs will be flying. That's exciting. And we have one of the millionaires from the show Secret Millionaire. It airs the Sunday after count. She's going to be out there with us. And I gave it away. Tinley Malzahn, you know, from The Bachelor.
Right.
Great gal.
Yeah.
It's a great heart for ministry. You're going to get to meet her as well. That's just a few of the things, not to mention all the fun, zany stuff and some giveaways.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
It'll be early.
7 o'clock.
But what do you say, Brad? A couple thousand people out there before we open the doors?
Yeah, I mean, 1,000, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. But we'll open doors right around 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. So an hour, you know, 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock, we'll have a pre-show out there.
It's going to be fun.
Here's a suggestion for all of you coming. Bring your tickets. Obviously, you need your tickets to register, but go ahead and fill out your tickets, okay? Before you get there, on the drive right now, before you get to Mariners Church and walk up, go ahead and have your ticket filled out on the bottom part. Then all you got to do is tear that off, give it to one of our volunteers, our registration people. You'll get your registration bag with your badge in it, and you're golden. So if you end up filling out your ticket on the spot, it ends up slowing things down. In terms of parking, there's plenty of parking at Mariners. So we've got enough parking spaces for thousands of people. So you don't have to worry about parking. It's all right there on site. In terms of lunches, now I know everybody likes to eat, right, Ken?
I like to eat.
I love to eat.
And you always dial it up. You dial up some good stuff. What do we got this year?
We've got about 20 different trucks.
20?
Yeah.
Brad,
15 to 20 different trucks that are going to come in. They'll be able to serve lunch on site on Thursday and Friday. The prices are different. It's anywhere from $5 to $10, but you'll be able to stay on campus at Mariners.
This is because Brad grew up in Oklahoma. This guy, basically county fairs were second nature to him. So he's got 20 trucks. Do you have a funnel cake truck? Because these people out in the West know what a funnel cake is.
I don't know if we have them, but we should get one.
Do you think people know what a funnel cake is
Absolutely.
out there?
Everybody knows what a funnel cake is.
Well, I didn't know if that was a South.
No, funnel cakes are everywhere.
Okay.
Funnel cakes are,
all right.
I guarantee you
I was hoping we could bring a slice of the South out with us.
Oh, no. They got funnel cakes at all the amusement parks out on the West Coast. So just bring cash with you. You'll need cash to be able to pay for that. Obviously, you can go off-site, too, but it's just we'll have a band outside during both lunches. It'll be fun. We'll have games out there. If you've never been to the campus of Mariners, there's a huge grass area. All of our exhibitors will be out there. So just plan to stay for lunch on both days. Also, for dinner on Thursday night, you can pay $5, and you'll get your choice of a hamburger, hot dog, and then chips and drinks and all that stuff.
Talk about Thursday night.
Well, Thursday night, we take a break at 5:15, and then we have a dinner break from 5:15 to 7:15. During that time, we'll have food there, $5. We'll have a band outside playing great, fun cover songs. Integrity is our sponsor for that whole dinner experience. Carlos, you'll probably be out there at some point, but Carlos Whitaker will be hosting that evening. And then the evening session at 7:15 is with Judah Smith.
Oh, boy.
And then Gunger will be playing that evening.
Hello.
As our band, yeah.
That's
so Gunger and Judah Smith together. It's going to be great.
You do not want to miss that.
Yeah. And that's a little bit different than what we've done in the past at West Coast. So just know that there's an evening session starting at 7:15 till about 8:45.
Wow. That's going to be great, Brad. Honestly, I have some high hopes for that session because of the combination of Gunger. Boy, they just kind of tenderize you and get you ready, and then here comes Judah Smith, a force of nature.
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah. So in terms of when you get there, seating-wise, seating is first come, first served. So part of getting there early is to get a good seat. You know, we've got plenty of seats in terms of for all the attendees, but you can get closer and get in quicker if you're there early. So you know that's another reason to sort of get in line or be there early morning on Thursday. And then the last thing is make sure you bring all of the things back on Friday. That's a pretty obvious one, but bring your notebook back and bring anything in your registration bag. There'll be lots of fun things we'll be doing throughout the event that are part of the experience.
Well, that's good stuff, Brad. I got to tell you, I give you a hard time about your director's reports, but that was probably one of the most informative director's reports ever.
I'm just trying to help the people, Ken.
It's good stuff.
Be aware and be informed.
It's good stuff. Hey, let's mention one other thing. If you're there and you just don't know where to go, do we have some type of information area?
We do. We have a concierge table that'll be, I think it's kind of right in the main main entrance.
Right.
So just find one of the Catalyst team, one of the volunteers.
Tons of friendly people.
They'll be able to help you.
Yep, we'll take care of you. So good stuff there, Brad. Well, hey, folks, we know you're driving in. You're ready to go. You're fired up. Get the moleskins ready. Get the pens and pencils sharpened and full of ink, and it's going to be a great event. Know that we are praying for you. We are praying for the event, that God will do something special. And as always, on behalf of the director, Brad Lomenick, and the rest of the Catalyst team, I'm Ken Coleman. We are grateful that you listen, and we'll talk to you again very soon.
Catalyst Podcast.
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
This podcast is brought to you by System Runner. To test drive a breakthrough in automated forex trading and to open a demo account today, visit www.systemrunner.com.
Hello and welcome to the Mind of a Trader. This is Steve Croft. What if you could look back in time and then actually go back and start over and do some things that you're presently doing, but with the knowledge that you've picked up over all these years? There was the great movie Back to the Future where they could go back, but they were all scared about if they did something that would change the future. Some people would disappear, and et cetera, et cetera. But there's always been movies about someone going back and making just a little change here and a little change there, and their future became so much different in the positive. What if, as a trader, you could take all the knowledge that you have right now and you started over and you went back 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, however long you've been trading? What would you do differently? Would you still have those bumps in the road? Would you still be trading? Would you have stopped? The great author and speaker Og Mandino said, "Failure will never overtake me if my determination to succeed is strong enough." Well, if you could go back, would your determination overcome maybe some of the bumps that you had to endure? What would you do differently? What would you like to do differently? Well, let's go back. Let's take a step back, and let me give you just a couple ideas of what I would recommend that you might do. And in reality, what we're really saying is, wherever we are right now, and if things are a little frustrating, if we don't quite have the edge that we want, we might want to just roll back and start over fresh with these new perspectives around us. First, some people step into trading and they immediately see, the huge dollar amounts in front of themselves, and all of a sudden they say, wow, I'm going to be a full-time professional trader overnight, just like that. Well, I would say that the first thing I would tell everybody is don't give up your day job. We hear that in humorous things in a lot of areas when people try to maybe become a professional basketball player, a professional actor, or they want to step up on stage as a diva or whatever, and somebody says, wow, man, hope you didn't give up your day job. Well, the same thing here. Let's realize what it takes to be able to be a full-time trader or a serious part-time trader. We don't take into account the time, the attention, the capital that we need, the amount of planning that we need to do to sufficiently get ourselves sustained at a high level of success and get ourselves into a solid plan that we're doing. And if you put all the pressure of having no income anywhere else and trying to do this full-time right from the beginning, it could be disastrous. So if that's maybe something that you've done, you might want to think of, well, what if I supplemented my trading with another income and then continued to get better? Robert Allen, the great writer of a lot of books in finances, he created the phrase multiple streams of income. Well, those of us in the world that are striving to get better, it's a great thing for each one of us to think about. I should never put all my eggs in one basket. Trading should be one of the many things that gives me streams of income. So don't quit your day job so quickly. Make sure that you are prepared if this is something that you want to do on a day-by-day basis every day for your full-time income, that you are 100% prepared to do that. Number two, I would ensure that I have given considerable amounts of time to my practice trading. Some people call it demo trading, paper trading, and continuing to do that even after I am trading with real money. Well, let's think about it. Isn't it interesting that you find Olympic athletes, pick any sport, tennis, golf, football, basketball, swimming, pick anything out there, the top people in every field. Isn't it interesting how much time they put into practice? Even when they reach the pinnacle of their career, they still are probably putting in more practice than anyone else. Yet, for some reason, we as traders feel that once we've kind of got it down, I don't need to practice anymore. I just need to trade with real money. Or I'll just practice for a few months and then I'll start trading with my life savings. No wonder so many people lose so much money and then say, I'm never going to trade again. Trading is truly part of a performance environment. And any kind of a performance that needs to happen needs to have practice. I mean, the majority of people that reach the top of their career practice harder than anyone else. They worked at it, they scratched, they clawed their way to the top. If you've ever seen the picture and you see a man standing up on top of a mountain, he's holding the flag up there, and I love the phrase on the bottom of these. It says, the man on top of the mountain didn't fall there. And the only way he got there was by climbing. So he or she made it to the top of the mountain. That means they probably slid a few times, maybe fell a few times, but they kept on. And once they get to the top, what do the great ones do? They find a higher mountain and continue to practice and get better. So don't quit my day job. Second, make sure that I continue to practice. Practice a lot before I go live and continue to practice to get better. Number three, I would double check and review, maybe even triple check, and make sure that I'm practicing and trading live in the time frame and with the market, or whether you're whatever types of trading that you're doing, that you've practiced and looked at lots of different combinations of what you are trading. Some people trade in the time frame, they trade better in the morning than the afternoon. Some people trade in the early morning, some people trade in the mid-afternoons, depending on what part of the world you're working with. Depending on what product or financial tool you're trading with, you're going to find one that kind of matches up with you better than another one. But I'm amazed at how someone can be so mediocre in one market or one time frame, and all of a sudden they move or shift a little bit and they become tremendously more successful, because it seems to work with their personal needs. It kind of captures the right blend of who they are with the time frame and market that they want to work with. So try out different things. Find that area of the day and area of the huge worldwide market of different ways of trading, and find the ones that match up with who you are. Number four, make sure that you become the master of one type of strategy before you start adding hundreds and hundreds of other ones. I mean, at least get one or two, maybe even three. But find that first few that you can really become a master at. I mean, you don't even have to think about it. You can really just focus on the process and you just stick to it every step, one after another. See, by working on a specific strategy, you can really focus on patterns and trends and execution skills and money management, risk management, discipline, the skills that so many of us need help with, but we never get a chance to become good at it because we're always jumping from this strategy to that strategy to this strategy, and we never stick with one long enough to be very good at it. So what I'm recommending is, no matter how many months it takes, no matter how many charts you have to print out, no matter how many times you have to meet with your group or get on the online classes that you're working with, the DVDs that you're watching and listening to, no matter how long it takes, become the master of a small group of strategies and then start expanding. Think what would have happened if we would have just done these four things when we first started. I didn't put all the pressure of having to have all my income come from trading. I didn't just practice for a couple weeks and then jump in because of all the big money. I didn't just pick one time. I looked at a lot of different times until I found the comfortable time and the comfortable market for me. And finally, I became an expert in one or two strategies before I started getting more advanced. Those four things, if I look back in time, if all of us would do that, we would be so competitive, we would be so powerfully focused, and we would be better traders because we took the right steps to get to the higher levels of advanced proficiency. Now, if I wanted to wrap a ribbon around all of these, then the final thing I would do is to not just be committed to doing this, not just have a passion to do this, but make the decision that I am going to enjoy doing this. You have to like what you're doing. If trading is like putting bamboo shoots underneath your fingernails or sitting on a porcupine, then trading is not for you. You need to adjust something until it's not so painful. You need to decide that I am going to create, design, implement, execute trading in a way that I will enjoy it. Is it going to be difficult? Absolutely. Is it going to take time? Absolutely. Am I going to be perfect? No, we're going to have losses. But I'm going to love what I do. I'm going to feel good about what I do. I'm going to allow myself to look in the mirror and empower myself to enjoy it, follow it, and take it to the next level each and every day and week and month and year that I continue to practice and trade. So let's move forward. Let's go back in the future and refresh what we do. It's almost like a rebalancing of everything that we've done. So I can kind of go back, take all the expertise that I've learned over all these years, the good, bad, and ugly, and I'm going to put it back in, recreate myself, and start fresh again. But now I'm starting fresh with a lot of experience. And if I go at it with that direction, wow, think what can happen to you and me. Think of what Og Mandino was trying to say. Failure will never overtake me if my determination to succeed is strong enough. If you and I have a determination that is so strong that we will not let anything get in our way, then starting over fresh, reanalyzing and rebalancing is not a negative. It's a positive. I'm not going to allow anything to get in my way. I don't mind starting over, because if I start over with a fresh perspective and I put these strong rules or commitments in place, I'm going to surpass all the other people that are frustrating but are not willing to reanalyze, are not willing to refine, are not willing to take critique, are not willing to try to be better by adjusting what they're doing. See, if I'm doing the same thing each and every day and it's killing me, well, if I keep doing that same thing each and every day, it's going to continue to kill me. But if I adjust and look and learn from my wins and my losses, and I find the areas that are strong and I enhance those, and I find the areas that I'm struggling and I tweak those, how can I not become better each and every day? Because I'm willing to learn, I'm willing to adjust, but I'm keeping my core strategy right there. That's what I'm going to master and do. So take these four main steps plus the ribbon around it of enjoying what you're doing. Take it this week. Start over. Look at it with a whole new perspective. And I guarantee you that if you are willing to do that and do it about every 6 months and kind of start over again and make sure you're on track, you will become a better trader. You will enjoy what you're doing, and you will be able to share that with others when they talk about it, and you might be able to be the coach. You might be the one that can bring someone else out of their doldrums and become a better trader. Work on it, apply it, and I know that if that's what you want to do and you decide to do it, you will see results in your trading. Last week, I mentioned to you that I would love to hear comments, and some people were having frustration finding the blog that you can put comments in. If you have a pencil and paper, just write this down. It's tradingpostfinancial.com/MOT. That stands for Mind of a Trader. I'd love to hear your comments. I'd love to be able to continue to give you thoughts and ideas that can help you to become a better trader. Apply what we've talked about today over the next week, and I hope that you'll see the results that you want to see. And let's get together next time and discuss ways to become better traders on the Mind of a Trader.
This podcast was brought to you by Trading Post Financial. For more information on our company, visit us at tradingpostfinancial.com.
You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310.
Tonight's scripture reading is found in Romans chapter 8, verse 28, and then verses 38 and 39. And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. This is God's Word.
We've been looking for a few weeks at Romans 6, 7, and 8, and we said that this is especially about how Jesus concretely changes your life when he comes into it. And what I wanted to do was just one last time, I wanted to look at this ending of Romans chapter 8. It's a magnificent ending, and yet it's